everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hi, hello, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. Thrilled to bits to be here. I'm feeling slightly overwhelmed at the moment. There we go, how are you? Welcome to the show. Fabulous to have your company. What a brilliant day I've got for you today. So much good stuff. We're going to do our early bird and then I want a conversation with you. All right, let's start with something fabulous. Everybody needs to stock up to. You do not want to be without this early bird. It's a set of 3 45mm rotary cutting blades. Okay, 45mm straight blade. So this is our general cutting blade. Now this is going to fit any brand of rotary cutter, whether it's trigger or stick. Also, if you've got one of those slidey guillotine style, doesn't matter if it's Crafter's Companion or Alpha or Fiskars or any different brand, they will fit. If it takes a 45mm blade, it will fit. Now, don't forget we should be changing our rotary cutting blade certainly at least every 6 months. Even if you just do a bit of cutting, a bit of crafting, keep your blades replaced, refreshed, okay? If you haven't changed your rotary cutter blade in over a year, it's time to celebrate its birthday and do it a favour and do yourself a favour. Faster cutting, more accurate cutting. You know what they say? The most dangerous knife is a blunt one. Yeah, and it's the same with rotary blades. If you're having to put loads of extra effort and loads of extra welly into doing your cutting, do yourself a favour and change the blade. Now, 3 blades, $8.99. This is a year and a half. This is 18 months worth of changing your blade. Not $8.99, not £3 per blade, $6.99. So £2 and change per blade. Really worth getting in your basket, this one, because everybody should be changing their rotary cutter blade on a very, very regular basis. I change mine every 3 months. Okay, every 3 months, and sometimes I change it more often than that if I've done a lot of cutting. You know, they do last well, they do a good job, but they're not a lifetime purchase. It's a shame, I know. Well, you know, these things wear out. Use them up, wear them out. $6.99 is your price on the rotary cutting blades. Can I just have my screen changed, please? Thank you. 3 blades, again, as I say, they'll fit any brand. Doesn't matter if it's left or right. Morning to Delia. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. It's National Granola Bar Day. I'm slightly unmoved by that. It's also National Hug Day. So if anybody feels the need. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Chico says hi. He likes his chin rubbed. Just for context, Chico's a cat. Sophie says hi. Hi there, good morning. Keep going through for your rotary cutting blades. Everybody needs this in their basket. Everybody needs this in their basket. Stock up while they are an early bird price of $6.99 for 3 blades. You're paying £2.33 per blade. Well worth doing. Now, if you're wondering, what's that bit of loveliness hanging behind you, Stuart? Well, I'm glad you asked. This is our latest version of the fabulous Entangled quilt. This was my fastest ever selling quilt kit on Sewing Street. In fact, Sewing Street's fastest ever sellout. When I launched this about a year ago, This is a brand new colourway. This exact colourway I'm going to have on the 12 o'clock show. Now, this was launched last week during Manager Specials, and personally, I think it got a bit lost in amongst all the other amazing deals. This kind of went under the radar a little bit. It is such a beautiful quilt. I'm going to be doing a deep dive into that at 12 o'clock. Anyway, let's talk about today, the menu. So we are starting off with extra wide fabrics. I've got some gorgeous extra wide, some new ones, certainly to me. I've also got Last Chance on a fabulous Elna overlocker, the sewing machine of your dreams, the 782, and a fabulous in-budget sewing machine. So I've got those at 8 o'clock. Now, at 8:30, I'm joined by the wonderful Cara Ackerman, who has got this gorgeous embroidered bag and purse. Totally in love with that. So beautiful, classy, fresh, modern. Just love it. 3 different colourways. You can get the pattern on its own too. That's at 8:30. Full hour, but we're kind of tipping over from 8:30 till 9:30 with Cara. Now at 9:30, I'm joined by Pauline Wheeler with a special birthday launch. Now Pauline's been a sewer for years. She absolutely loves sewing and crafting. She's very well known as a paper crafter, but also now dipping into gorgeous fabric crafts. And she has got some wonderful panels, some wonderful fabrics, cute. And she's going to be showing stamping, colouring on fabrics, and being really creative. We've also got a shop to win on that hour. Anything that you purchase from Pauline's hour, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win this 12 by 12 framed, hand-stamped panel, stamped and coloured by Pauline in the frame. It's really gorgeous. That's at 9:30 till 10:30. Sorry, 9:30 till 11, I beg your pardon, that's a special hour and a half. Now then at 11 o'clock, Cara's back with the Stitch and Flip cushion and bag. Now look, here's the bag. How beautiful is that? So it's Stitch and Flip to a foundation, added Sashiko, as much or as little as you like. There's also a cushion pattern, again using the same method of Stitch and Flip with added Sashiko. And we've also got these in the hour. Love, love, love that cushion and that bag. So beautiful. Loads of lovely things. That's at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Miss It, Miss Out quilt kits, including, I'm going to start with a good kind of 20, 25 minutes on the entangled quilt. I know what you're thinking. Super complicated, Stuart. All that setting on point, all those awkward angles. You won't believe how easy that quilt is. It is squares. It is triangles, it is rectangles, and that is it. Okay, now if you want to get in touch with us, there are lots of different ways to do it. Chris has just sent me a lovely message. Good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, Claire. Good morning, Claire. How are you? studio@sewingstreet.com. Email us. Message the studio on Facebook, Sewing Street TV, or go to the web. All the W's, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. And then scroll down and you can see everything that's on today's shows. You can see what's coming up, what we've already looked at. See if you can spot those brand new extra wide fabrics. There are some really gorgeous ones. Love that concentric grey, beautiful. And there's one with dog paws on it, which I've fallen in love with. Exactly. Look, there it is, there it is, there it is. How cute. Oh, it says Kitty's collection. Poor Toss. Beautiful. Beautiful. Don't forget our early bird, will you? 3 rotary blades, well worth popping in your basket. Right, let's dive in. I want to just mention, I'm only going to mention these quickly, but I think it's really important. These 3 machines, it's better, these 3 machines have been manager specials. They were on manager special prices last week. We've kept the price all week. Today is absolutely the last day. So I just want to run through what we've got and the prices. So we're going to start with the Elna 664. Absolutely amazing, £559. When I bought my overlocker, it was over £1,000. It was not a top of the range super duper pro. This is the 664 Pro. It's £559 and 5 split pays. So at the moment, first split pay is going to be £111.80. But it's a manager special. Here's the price crash. Should be £559, remember. It's going to £399. That's £160 off, right? Amazing. You're saving way more. Look at your first split pay now. It's gone from 111 to under £80 for your split pay. Absolutely fantastic. This is your last opportunity. And I'm not going to mess about. I've got 14 of these machines left. And when they're gone, they are gone. At midnight tonight, the price will go back up to £559. Do not miss out on this price. I would kick myself if tomorrow I thought, oh no, I will get it, and then had to pay £559, or wait 6 months for it to possibly, have a price crash. But this is a manager special price. This is the best price we're going to do it at. £399. I have got 14 machines left. Okay, they're not going to stick around. I'll keep you posted throughout the day. I'll mention them again at 12 o'clock if we've got any left, but keep an eye on that, folks. All right, the second machine I want to talk about is the Elna 782. Okay, so again, this may well be that machine of your dreams. Let's get it at a dream price. So £3,799. This is what we would call a mid-arm sewing machine. So, I mean, you can instantly see the difference. Any regular sewing machine, throat space of about 6 inches, okay? This is what we would call a mid-arm sewing machine. So if you've ever thought, the reason why I can't quilt my quilts on my domestic sewing machine is because the throat space just isn't big enough. Well, this one has a throat space of over 11 inches. So that's almost double what a regular sewing machine has. That is the difference, isn't it? If you've got a Gracie cutie frame, this is going to give you about 10, 11 inches of quilting space from one end of the frame to the other. Almost double what you would get with a regular sewing machine. You've also got an incredible stitch package, semi-industrial capabilities on your machine, every foot you could ever hope for. Absolutely incredible. Now, £3,799 is a fair price, and we are the home of Elna. We don't have to do this, but we do this because these machines are amazing and we want you to get the best deal. So we're going to drop the price from £3,799 down to £2,999. You are saving £800. It's massive. It's massive. It's like you've had a whole split pay free and then some. Under £600 for your split pay. Now, this again, my Elna 680 Plus was my studio machine for a good 9-10 years. Absolutely amazing machines. Elnas are terrific machines. Look at everything you get. This has also got your accurate stitch regulator. So this is your free motion quilting with perfectly uniform stitches every time. Whatever you set them at, you're going to get perfectly uniform stitches every time. And I've used the ASR, and the stitch regulators have moved on incredibly. It is so smooth. It is so easy to use. Now, again, I've got 20 of these machines left, which I think is okay for today, but I'm just saying it's not a lot. Often when we come on with a machine on offer, we might sell 60, 80, 100 machines. So 20 machines, 20 machines is not a lot at all. If you want to take advantage of an £800 saving, go for it. The last machine I want to mention is the Elna 550. So, if you love your Elna machine, but wish you had a more compact machine that you could take to workshops and classes, or if you're upgrading your sewing machine and want a computerized sewing machine, 50 stitches, 3 buttonholes, £669, let's go £240 lower and make it 429. 429. And again, split pay, just £85.80 to get it home. Absolutely amazing deal. But this is the last day for all 3 of these machines. We will not have them on offer again, and tomorrow they will not be on offer. So if you want to get an £800 saving, a £240 saving, on the overlocker, was that about a £200 saving? Yeah, today's the day. Today's the day. Right, Anne's message, she says, morning, lovely Stuart. Your scarf looks lovely too. Thank you. It's a bit chilly in the studio, so I thought I'd just keep a little scarf on. Good morning, Stuart. I ordered the overlocker on Sunday, and I've just had a text to say it will be delivered in the hour. Carol Ann. We're not going to get any sense out of you from 9 o'clock, are we, Carol? You'll be having a deep dive. Well, let us know when it arrives, won't you? Have a fabulous day with your new machine. The 664. That's the 664. It's the Pro. It's the Pro that we've got, isn't it, on offer? Okay. Right. Okay. Let's dive in. Morning to Jan as well. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Morning, lovely. Right, let's start with this one. I think this is so cute. Really gorgeous. £12.99 per half metre. These are all 274 centimetres, so about 108 inches wide. So wide enough to back your queen size quilts, your king size quilts. Absolutely gorgeous little paw print there. This would also be lovely to make pet beds from, wouldn't it? It's pawsome. It's called Portos. It's lovely. Now, 2.5 metres, 5 units will back a queen size. 6 units, 3 metres will back a king size. Jeanette sent me a lovely message. She says, I absolutely love the Elnas. I bought the 550 a year ago and yesterday ordered the 680. I can't wait. I mean, once you discover the brand of Elna, Jeanette, that's it now, isn't it? That is your gorgeous paw print. Love that. This is a really fun fabric from Dan Morris. Look, oink, oink. Farm fresh milk. Oh, fresh sweet corn, gorgeous. Baby chicks for sale, going cheap. Excuse me. Farm fresh eggs, farm fresh milk. I thought that said tractor tossing. It's tractor crossing. Don't toss my tractor. Fresh picked peppers. We're definitely not in Yorkshire. Isn't this a fun fabric? Now, personally, I would probably buy this to make things like placemats and coasters, napkins, a tablecloth, maybe shopping bags. If you make and sell shopping bags, you could probably get 3 tote bags out of 1/2 metre. Can you imagine? Bags for life. Hello, hello. If you've got my book, Bags for Life, there's loads of bags you could make using this. This is fabulous. I love it. I love it. Pick your own fresh corn. Farmer's market, welcome. Oh, remember when milk used to come in bottles? My parents-in-law still buy their milk in glass bottles. Fresh butter. It's lovely. Really fun. Fresh blueberries. Pigs for sale, I say. We keep on toying with the idea of having pigs on the farm, but they are so intelligent. It's like they can tell time and they want their meals at the same time every day. And I can't even manage to feed myself at the same time every day, so they've got no chance. Love it. That is $12.99. Now, next up, I am going to grab these two because I haven't seen these before and I think they're absolutely beautiful. We'll start with the grey. LZ52. I think this is gorgeous. Now, I was not expecting that price. $10.99 a half metre. Again, this is 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. How cool. I'll just put my hands there so you can see the scale. That is gorgeous. Now, I think I'd make a duvet cover and pillowcases out of this. Similar sort of amount, 2.5 metres, 5 units. Joy from Peterborough says, morning, Stuart, and all. Hope you all have a good day. Oh, Joy, thank you. That's such a lovely message. Thank you. And I hope you have a lovely day too. Give my regards to Peterborough. Love that. Really cool. Again, remember, these extra wide fabrics are 100% cotton, quilt weight. You can use them for dressmaking. You can use them for home decor. You can use them for backing quilts. All sorts. This is the same design, but in green. How dazzling is that? Now, this is wicked, boy. Don't you think? It's wicked. It's wicked. Well, I'm definitely defying gravity with that one. Don't you think? It's like one short day in the Emerald City. I haven't seen the film. I saw the stage production and it made me absolutely blart. I was absolutely sobbing. But I haven't seen the film. I don't know. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Right, next up, just because it's super cute, I love this. I love the colour. I think it's very cute. I would use this for dressmaking, actually. I think a child's summer dress. Cute. Steph says, I'm loving the street talk, Stuart. You is sick. Yeah, lovely. $12.99. $12.99 a half metre. Beautiful quality. Beautiful quality. 100% cotton. That really, really feels nice. Soft, silky, light. 100% cotton. I'm going to show you these two because I love the drama of the black background. I think these are both delicious. We'll start with hummingbirds. Let's do the hummingbirds. Because again, for dressmaking, can you imagine? Oh, stunning. Even something like an infinity scarf or a wrap. So you could just have 1/2 metre of this backed with plain black fabric. I would put like a beaded tassel at either end and have it as a gorgeous wrap to wear to a wedding. Plain black dress or something like that. Look, the business. Really gorgeous. It can also be used to back a quilt. Just saying. But you know, a lot of this fabric is so beautiful. It deserves to be on the front of a project, doesn't it? And then I've also got this classic floral, but I mean, how dramatic with the black background. Those greens really pop. It's vibrant, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's got a real heritage look, but it's given added drama with that black background. Very, very yummy. There we go. There we go. $12.99 a half metre. I haven't got tons of any of these, by the way. If anything is lighting your fire, I wouldn't hang about. Now, I'm just going to show you a couple of absolute classics. Just show you a couple of absolute classics. All right. And that is a white on white. Because this is always reliable. The code is AO20. Got it, yeah. So white on white, little ditzy print, just subtle. You can, if you show the web image, you can see there. That's just to show you the pattern. But always reliable, a good standby background. Also, a very, very economical way of buying a white on white print for piecing or applique for the front of your quilt, okay? 1/2 metre of this extra wide fabric is more, well, it's almost 2 3/4 of the fabric that you would buy in a regular width. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. So that's that. Okay, all right, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, I'm going to be joined by the fabulous Cara Ackerman, who is going to teach us so many good things about embroidery, bag making and quilting. I can't wait for this. It's such a beautiful project. We'll take a short break. If any of those sewing machines or overlockers are in your basket, use the break to check them out. We're just going to remind you of some of the features of the Elna 550. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. It is wonderful to have your company, and wonderful, Cara, to have your company.
Thank you. It's
Cara
nice to be
Ackerman.
here.
It has been too long, Cara.
I know. Well, I'm doing sort of like every other month.
Yep.
Sometimes it's every other month and maybe a little bit longer because I'm working on my own designs rather than sort of demoing other people's. So
And
that's
I
why
know
it takes a while.
Well, but I know embroidery and Sashiko has always been a great love for you. And I am loving what Cara's doing with embroidery. I mean, talk about elevating a simple bag, stratospheric heights. This embroidery is so classy, so beautiful.
And so simple. It
Really?
really is. Yes, it looks like, oh my gosh, but there's only 6 stitches.
Brilliant.
And you're not, because you're doing it in one colour,
Yes.
it's not like you're shading or anything like that. So it's
Do you know, the single colour, I think, is my favourite thing. It's just so classy.
And, you know, if you wanted to add colour, you could do. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's no problem.
You've got so much in the pattern, actually, so many different embroidery designs that you could take. It's like a whole book of embroidery designs, absolutely wonderful. And you're getting your tote bag, you're also getting the purse. Have you seen how cute this is? It even has a pom-pom on the zip. How cute is that? And the embroidery is on both sides. So cute, absolutely brilliant. Let me show you the bundles because these are super, super cool. We're going to start with teal, which is the example I've just shown you. Now, let me just give you a quick warning. These could sell out incredibly quickly. We're going to put the graphics in. The price is amazing. Now, this is $26.49, and you get everything you need apart from your H640.
Yes.
And thread. You get all your fabric, you get your full instructions, and let me just show you, there's so many baskets. I don't have huge quantities. So we're looking at the teal one. So all your outer fabrics are printed on a panel, which is such great news because you get the exact same colour that Cara's is made out of. Here's your upper band. Your embroideries are all printed faintly on there, ready to get straight to the embroidery. So you're not having to trace anything, you're not having to draw anything out. There's the base of your bag in this gorgeous linen texture. It's already got the boxed out corners drawn in for you. Here's the other side of your bag, again complete with the embroideries, all marked out for you. Then you've got your facing, your handles rather, including your handle linings.
Yes. Yeah.
Love that. You also then get your purse linings, and then look, you've got some fun embellishments. These could be pin cushions or bag charms. I love these.
Yeah, they're cute, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd be turning that into a bookmark.
Yes.
An embroidered bookmark and some labels to finish off your work. So you get your panel. You also get your lining fabric. Look at that gorgeous shade of teal. Absolutely beautiful. You get that included as well. And then, most importantly, you get your pattern. Now, the pattern not only teaches you how to make a bag, already brilliant value. You've also got detailed instructions on how to do the 6 different embroidery stitches, which is fabulous. Here's how to make the bag. Super classy. Got to tell you as well, this is flying out. If you want to get hold of the teal, please don't hang about. It is flying. Here's how to make your purse. Super cute.
I know.
Adore it.
It's like a coin purse, isn't it? Or you just put a little something in there.
Things like earbuds.
Yes. Yeah.
Or, as you say, coins.
Yeah, or jewellery. If you're going on holiday, sweeties, chocolates.
Sorry to bring the level down, but sweeties. But then, look at all the embroideries. Look at all these different designs. And more, and more, and more, and more, and more, and more. I mean, this is like a book of embroidery, Cara.
Well, what we tried to do was, obviously we've got the panels, but we wanted, if the panels sold out, we wanted people to be able to transfer them themselves.
Absolutely.
Which is why we've included them in there. But you may decide that you want to do a cushion or something like that.
Lovely.
So, you know, the designs are in there. You can, you know, play around with the actual which part of the design you want to include.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
But I mean, such a generous pattern. And of course, you also get all of your instructions for cutting out and making without a panel, okay? So you don't have to start taking measurements from your panel. All your measurements are in your pattern, so you can make this bag and purse again and again and again. And Cara, if ever there was a beautiful pattern that takes the humble, solid fabric into designer territory, this is it. It is absolutely beautifully done. And you get that gorgeous little purse as well. I love that. Genuinely love it.
Thank you.
Really beautiful. And in fact, all of the colourways are stunning. So if you miss out on teal, don't worry, I've got 2 more options. Few chances left on teal, but it is very, very popular. I'm going to pop that to one side. I want to show you the next colourway. I am very, very inspired to pick up my needle and do some hand embroidery, Cara.
I mean, embroidery has been my love, but I love sort of introducing people to embroidery because it is just such a mindful experience. And it's just so nice to sort of be able to sit and just stitch and lose yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, completely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely, calm and portable.
Yes.
And then you join it with your machine stitching, and it's a sort of perfect pairing.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I've got to say, neck and neck with teal is the mustard. Now, oh, look at that. That is kind of rich Dijon,
Ooh.
I think. This is Dijon. And I love as well, can you see that this fabric is printed to look like a linen texture? It has got a lovely subtle texture.
It has, I've just noticed, yeah.
Really nice, that. And again, you've got all your embroideries marked out. Now, this isn't a wash away, so this will stay on your panel, but you're going to cover this with embroidery. And you could just add to it whenever you feel like it.
Oh, I've just looked at that and I thought, do you know, black would look stunning. And then you could add beads and you could add metallic threads. You could just play around with it.
I love the idea of metallic.
Black would be
very
wonderful.
nice.
And, you know, the metallics sort of give a bit of a shine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Really, really popular, this one as well. You've got your gorgeous tan base. And again, this is kind of all in one piece. So you'll cut this out as one piece,
Yes.
right? Would you embroider it as a panel first before you cut anything out?
This one I would actually cut out because of the amount of fabric.
Yeah.
I'd cut this out and embroider it once you've cut round the edge. For the little purse, unless you're sort of, if you want to put it in a hoop, then I'd leave it on the fabric that's left.
Yeah.
And do it on the in situ, if you like.
Yes.
On the panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bit more fabric to handle.
Yes.
You've got your purse there, embellishments, you've got your bookmarks. I don't know if they are bookmarks, but I would use them as bookmarks.
Definitely.
Very giftable. You even get your linings for your purse. So you get all of that printed on your panel. Then you've got this beautiful, lovely, warm beige. I think, is that nude? Is that our nude? Or is that latte? Beige, neither of them, see, what do I know, eh? And then you also get your full pattern as well. Just so people can shop ahead, Cara, how much embroidery thread do we need to complete all of the embroidery?
I managed to do mine, but I played around with the number of strands that I stitched with, but I managed to do mine within 4 skeins.
Four
So
skeins.
4 skeins if you're doing a single colour, but if you've got embroidery threads at home and you want to add some colour, then you can, you know, but roughly 4 skeins.
Brilliant, thanks. Just as a little heads up, I have got some different embroidery skein bundles. I'm not going to go through the numbers now with you, they're on the website, but I've got this gorgeous kind of off-white, I've got a cream, I've got this gorgeous soft buttery yellow, and then I've got this beautiful soft cornflower blue. So have a look on the website, bundles of 4, okay? Or make your own bundle. Right, so that is the mustard, really popular, this one. Again, if you want to get the mustard, details are on screen, £26.49, and that makes the bag and the coin purse. And of course, you've got the pattern then to make as many as you like. And then I've got one more colourway, and that is the blue. And this is a really gorgeous slatey blue, isn't it?
It's lovely.
Ooh. A message. So lovely to see Cara. Her stitching is impeccable, but she makes the designs achievable for all levels. I am loving the bag motifs. That's from Kate in Merseyside.
Oh, thank you, Kate. That's really kind of you.
Yeah, lovely. And I totally agree. Cara's embroidery is impeccable. It's so beautiful. And just that single colour.
Oh,
I just think
honestly.
it's, oh.
And you get totally addicted. You know, I do embroidery, I do Sashiko, I do, you know, quilting and all of things like that. But when you do embroidery, you just get totally sucked into it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I want to do the next piece and the next piece.
Yes, and also as well, you know, you've got the designs printed there. So it's all in front of you. You're not having to follow a chart. You're not having to use reference material. But of course, if you wanted to add some extra motifs, you have got them in your pattern.
Yes.
So this is that lovely slatey blue. Again, you've got that gorgeous, warm, creamy tan base. There's the other side. And then, of course, you've also got your bag handles, the lining for the handles, the little coin purse as well, and your extras. You've got grey for your lining, and you've also got your full pattern. And again, just to reiterate, there is such a lot of value in this pattern. All of these beautiful embroidery designs, all fully explained. Love the diagrams as well. Very good for visual learners like myself. Full instructions for making the bag. Beginner level.
I would say a confident beginner. You know, if you're into sewing and into sort of hand finishing, I think a confident beginner would be able to. Because what I haven't done is actually told you what stitches to do where, so it's entirely up to you which stitches. And I always say, practice on a spare piece of fabric. So practice your stitches first and get your confidence up before then you go on to something like this. But obviously, if you're experienced at embroidery, this would be just a lovely sort of project in between something that maybe was more complicated.
I also really like the idea of using these embroideries on maybe something like a plain chambray shirt.
Oh gosh, yes.
With denim shirt,
Yes,
you know.
yes.
Lovely.
Or on a pocket, on a blouse,
really nice.
or on a dress, or on a little, oh my gosh, on a little child's dress at the bottom round the hem. Be so nice.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well, that's the blue version. Again, I mean, pretty much all of the colourways are neck and neck with each other. How is the teal doing, Ben? Let's just remind you of the details for teal. Oh, gosh, it really has. Wow, the teal has soared into the leaf. Let me just remind you. Gorgeous. Now, we were just talking, Cara, about using the pattern and having the pattern. You can actually get the pattern on its own. Absolutely brilliant value. We're going to start with the physical pattern, okay? £9.99. I think that's really good value because it's 2 projects plus all that tuition on embroidery as well. That is exceptionally good value for £9.99. It's been a very, very popular option, Cara. A lot of people going for the pattern. Because, of course, you could use this with things like denim.
Yes.
And cotton canvas as well for the base, perhaps.
Yes. Yep.
Really nice. Really beautiful. Grab your pattern. This is the physical pattern, £9.99. Now, something that's been going very, very, like hotcakes, are our digital patterns. Digital patterns, you say, what are those? I'll tell you. So we now do instant download patterns on many of our pattern options, okay? So different code, VKC849. If you put that in, well, actually, let's go to the web and I'll show you how you do it. So it's slightly different. So rather than having add to basket, the button says purchase. So you click on that and it's an instant purchase. You'll pay for it instantly and you'll get the download. Could I could have made the little purse by the end of today, couldn't I?
Yes, you
Even
could.
with a bit of embroidery.
I would put maybe just one of the fronts.
Yep.
And then assembling. It depends how much time you've got.
Yeah.
But you don't have to do it double-sided. You can make 2 purses.
I think I'd clear my diary. I'd clear my diary just to sit and do that. Absolutely gorgeous. So VKC849, that's the digital download. That's an instant purchase, instant download, and then you can just either print off the instructions yourself, or obviously things like how to make the bag you could leave on a tablet. You only really need to print off the embroidery designs, perhaps,
yes.
to then trace off. Fab. That is going very, very well indeed. Well done if you've got yours. Another message for you, Cara. You just get a lot of messages when you're here. Fab pattern. I got mine and 2 bundles of gorgeous Sashiko thread from Kate. We know Kate's fab.
Lovely. Thank you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well done, Kate. The digital pattern is absolutely flying. If you want physical pattern, we'll just remind you of those details. I'm a physical pattern kind of guy.
Yeah, it depends what it is, as you say. I mean, if you've got the digital, it's really good to download and print the actual embroidery design and then read the instructions. But yes, you know, I think they both have their values.
I love this version actually done with the sky blue because this almost reminds me of Wedgwood.
Yes. Yeah, that is actually the teal, but it's my photography.
Oh, really?
Yes, sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh.
That is, I know. It's the, I don't know, I need a new...
That's wizardry, Cara.
I need a new camera.
I think it's fab. Absolutely lovely. The minute Cara walked in with these samples this morning, I was just in love. Gorgeous. And you're loving them too. Right, I'm going to stop wittering on and give Cara plenty of time to show us the magic.
Oh, I don't know about
just
magic.
to say very quickly, the teal bag's going to sell out. If you want the teal, please don't hang about, okay? Right, apologies. Over to you.
That's okay. So as I say, we only use 6 stitches. So there's stem stitch, French knots, lazy daisy, satin stitch, and straight stitch. I think that's 6. I'm hoping it is. If I've missed any, I'm sorry about that. I find it's much, much easier to actually use the fabric in your hand if you're doing stem stitch. So the first stitch I'm going to show you is actually the stem stitch, and then I'll talk about hoops
Brilliant.
as well.
Cara, our director's just asking, can you bring everything over to your left slightly?
My left.
Yes.
Is that okay?
And possibly just slightly higher if you're...
Higher.
Whereabouts are you going to work on the fabric?
Here.
Oh, down a little bit then. That's amazing. Thank you.
Can I do it like that?
Yeah, that's...
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right.
That's brilliant.
The other thing that I recommend is because the cotton fabric is lovely, but it's nice to have a little bit firmer fabric for supporting the stitches. So I actually do recommend actually using the medium weight interfacing, iron-on interfacing on the back, and you attach that before you start stitching. So you'll see on the back of mine, I've got the interfacing there, and it just supports the stitches much, much better than just using the cotton fabric on its own.
We'll flash those graphics up. Thank you, Cara. we've got a pack of hemline interfacing. We'll pop the graphics up.
What's good about having the interfacing as well is when you're starting, you can do a little stitch to actually secure your thread on the back, and that is much, much easier than maybe starting without the interfacing.
Okay.
So we start and you get your thread. So I've got a skein here. This is DMC thread and it's stranded cotton. So it's 6 strands. It's been mercerized, so it's got a fantastic shine to it, which is lovely. And there are 6 strands of the thread there. And you can use as many of those strands as you want to. So if you wanted to make it really, really big and bold, you could use like 4 strands together. Some of the stem stitching I've used 3. Some I've used 2 and some I've used 1. So where it's a small area and a small design there, I would actually possibly use just the 1 strand.
Oh yes, it's really delicate.
Yes, so it's really, so you can get a more 3D effect with it. And what you'll do is you'll cut your thread into usable lengths. So this is about 1/2 metre, I would say. You don't want to cut it any shorter than that, because then your threads will start to knot and tangle and you'll get into a little bit of a mess. And then what you do is, once you've done your thread, cut it to a length, you'll take 1 lot of the 6 strands out, and then you'll do what they call stripping the thread. So say I'm going to, this particular one, I think I've used 2 strands. So you'll take the 2 strands off together. I hope you can see this. Move that over slightly. So you take 1 strand off at a time, and this is just flattening the thread. So when you're actually going to be stitching it in the fabric, the threads lie parallel to each other. And it means when you're doing satin stitch and things like that, it actually covers and gives a nice smooth surface.
So that's pulling them out one at a time. I
One
never
at a
knew
time.
that.
Yeah, putting
I've
it
always, if I
together.
need 2 strands, I just pull them out together.
You can, but it's twisted. So it means that the thread doesn't lie as flat.
Such a good
So, you know, I always recommend actually splitting it down. And especially if you're using 3 strands for, you know, the satin stitch or anything, it's much, much better, because if you just pull 3 strands off, and they'll be twisted and they won't give a nice coverage.
Yeah.
So I always recommend sort of doing that.
Brill.
Embroidery needles as well are really good to have. They're a good length, have a very sharp point, and a decent size eye for you to thread. So we've done our little stitch on the back, and to do the satin stitch, the stem stitch, you're actually going to come forward a little bit, and then you go back on yourself on the line. Shall I move that down? So we come forward and back. I'm doing quite long stitches. If you're doing it at home, you might want to vary the length of your stitch.
Oh, I see. So sort of halfway into the previous stitch.
Yeah, you're going back and your needle is coming up where the thread is going down into the fabric. And it just gives, especially if you're stitching along a curved line, it just gives a nice, smooth sort of finish to the actual stitching.
Lots of lovely messages for you. Deborah says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Steph says, these designs are so pretty, Cara.
Thank you.
Jackie says, morning, Stuart and Cara, is such a pretty bag. Claire says, so pretty. A lot of you finding this a very pretty project.
It is.
And the world needs more pretty things.
We definitely do need more pretty
Maria
things.
says, morning, gorgeous. I'm
And
not
there
sure
must
who
be
that
you.
message is.
It must be you.
I'm going to take it. Thank you. Gillian says, morning, Stuart. You cheer me up every day. We do our best, my love. We do our best. I always think whatever's going on in the world, and let's not even go there.
No, don't even mention it.
We have always got our beautiful stitching, our knitting, our crochet, our pets, our gardens, fresh air,
You know,
our food.
Food, yes. If you sit and sew and listen to your favourite music, there's nothing nicer.
It's a panacea, isn't it? It
It
cures
is,
all ills.
Definitely. So as you see, that grows very quickly, and that's using 2 strands for the stem stitch, and it's much easier to have it in your hands rather than have it on a hoop. But I will show you, I've got a hoop set up here, so what we'll do is we will, I may need to move this over, do I?
Yeah, a little bit. That'll be grand. Yeah, thank
so
you.
have it in the same sort of position.
I'll let you know. Ollie, we're moving the hoop. Let me know when it's in the right position, please. It's coming over a little bit.
It is very tight.
To
so
be fair, is that all right there where it is? Oh, no, it's moved. Go on.
I was just going
Yeah.
to put it similar
Okay.
position.
Yeah.
It is very tight. This hoop one is wonderful if you're doing it on television and you need a camera overhead. So I know in your hand it's easier for it to move, so just do that. But a normal embroidery hoop is sufficient as well,
Yeah.
but you would have that at home, but it's the same technique of actually mounting the fabric. So you have 2 hoops and then you have a screw, and the bottom hoop is fixed, and you will pop your fabric on there. Just going to, and then pop the outer ring over the top. And this is the same as if you've got the normal hoop, which I know we've got in the show, haven't
Yes. Oh, you don't need to use a hoop at all.
we? You don't.
Just hold it in your hand.
Yeah, I just find, especially if you're doing satin stitch for the first time, it's mainly for the satin stitch. It does hold the fabric nice and flat. If you have your fabric in your hand and you're doing satin stitch, then there is a tendency to pull a little bit tighter on your stitching, and that pulls the fabric out of shape. So, right, what I'm going to do is, shall I do Lazy Daisy, I think?
Yes, please.
So, again, I've got another needle, because if you had to wait for me to thread my needle, it would take absolutely ages. So,
Oh, I've got my glasses now. I've got my reading glasses. I can, yeah. In fact, I haven't got them with me today, so I'm used to it. But, yeah. Oh, just need to let you know, I am in low 20s on the teal kit. And there's 42 in baskets. Please check out your basket. If you want to make this glorious version, remember you get everything to make the bag, including your lining and your coin purse as well, for $26.49. But more than that, you get the physical pattern with all of your instructions for making both projects, but also how to do the 6 embroidery stitches and all of your embroidery design and loads more for $26.49. You will need to be quick. Literally last few chances now. Keep checking out.
okay.
Oh, Liz bought the digital pattern. Liz, you win the prize. She says, I'm just printing off the pattern, ready to start this afternoon. So Liz used a digital download pattern. Let's give you the details of that. If you want to get the digital download, you could be like Liz and literally printing off the pattern now and sewing along with Cara.
I was just going to say, we'd love to see a photo if you can, if you're starting to stitch or any of the projects, especially the creative projects that you decide to do, that we would love to see some photos. So.
Yeah. Yep, $9.99. It is a special code. When you get to the website, rather than add to basket, the button says purchase, and it's literally an instant purchase, and then you can download it and get started.
Okay, so Lazy Daisy, these are the flowers here that are Lazy Daisy. I've also got in this section, I've got some dots there, so for some French knots, so I can show you those. I've also got these little star shapes. Again, it's quite pale on the printing because we didn't want the printing to sort of show through once you've stitched. So I can do the straight stitches as well. So this is quite a nice area. And then if this time, I'll do some satin stitch. So Lazy Daisy, you bring your thread up through the centre of the little flower, and then your needle goes back down the same area, and you've left a loop of thread there. And before you draw it all the way through, you just bring your needle up, and it's within that loop there. And you just pull gently until you've got that little shape. And then we do just a securing stitch. So you go over the loop and down through the fabric, like that. Then we do another one. So going back to the centre, we're going to cover the centre with a French knot. So don't worry about being in the same space. So again, don't want my hands in the way. Put your needle down through the fabric. You've got your loop there. Then bring the needle up at the end of the petal. these ones you could, you know, again, you don't have to follow it exactly as I'm showing you here. You could do those as satin stitch. You could just do the outlines in a single strand of stem stitch. So
you could even add a little bead to the centre.
oh
Use
my
a little
gosh,
French
yes.
knot if you
yes.
wanted.
Gold bead would be very
Gorgeous,
nice.
gorgeous.
Yes. Especially
if
on
you-
this mustard one.
Yes. The black, I love the idea of using black to embroider.
Oh, yeah. And DMC do a black light effects thread, so it's a metallic thread.
Ooh,
and that's strandable, so you can actually take the strands off. I think you've got a number of metallic threads on the website in this form, so the 6-strand one. So we're just doing the securing stitch there. Whoops. If you pull it too tight, you can see you lose that petal effect, so don't pull it too tight.
So nice, relaxed hands.
Yes, don't do it live on air in
Should
front
we
of...
have gentle music playing?
Oh, that
for
would be
embroidering?
nice.
What would be your
yes.
music of choice for
Oh.
embroidering, Cara? Hard rock?
No, Kiss FM.
Oh, really?
History. They do sort of the 80s, 90s.
Love that.
Sort of funky music.
Great.
So it's not quiet music.
Good, I love that.
Or I sometimes listen to football on the radio,
But what
and
happens
that's
when they
not
score a
good.
goal? Does your embroidery just go all over the place?
Well, unfortunately, at the moment, where I live, it's Leicester City is the most closest football team.
Got
and they're
you.
not doing so well at the moment.
So not too many distractions.
Not too
then.
many goals. So please, I don't mind. So that's one of the flowers. Donna, you can see how quickly that grows and how cute.
Yeah, I love it.
Really is cute. So what you can do in the centre is bring your needle up through the centre and we'll do a French knot. Whoops. So a French knot, you bring your thread out, and a lot of people get really scared about doing French knots, but they're not difficult. You have your thread out, you have your needle, you wrap your thread around the needle. 1, 2, I'm going to do 3 or 4, I think.
Okay.
So I've got 4 loops on the needle. I'm pulling there, but I don't want to pull it too tight, but I want to keep those loops on the needle.
You're sort of sliding them down towards
Sliding
the
them
centre.
down, that's right. And then once you've got your needle ready to go back through the fabric, you can let go. So don't, again with French knots, you don't want to be really, really tense when you're doing them. You want to be nice and relaxed.
Kiss FM, apparently.
Yeah.
History. So do you love all the 80s music?
80s and 90s, yeah.
Favourite song?
Oh my gosh, I love Earth, Wind and Fire.
Gorgeous.
I wouldn't say there was a favourite. It's not
Eclectic.
a favourite. A real mixture,
Love
yeah.
that.
I'm going to do another French knot there because I can. So you can do a couple of French knots. Just pull that through. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there you go. So that's the centre of your flower there. You thread your needle back through the fabric and come out over here. And I'll just show you a few French knots. Again, I'm going to do wrapped around 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that was 3, 4. And you don't want to pull that too loose, too tight, or have it too loose. You want just in between there, so your needle will pass through the thread that you've wrapped around on the needle.
Got you.
Just gently, just tease it, and then come through. Wiggle it if you need to.
Oh, see now, look how lovely and neat that is. I want my French knots to look like that. I'm going to follow your instructions.
So,
But those could be, again, those could be seed beads instead.
oh my gosh, yes.
That would be fun.
Yes, definitely. And it would give more texture.
Yeah.
So just wrap it round.
You want people to experiment with these panels.
I definitely do. Yeah, definitely. And as I say, if you've never done embroidery before, take a scrap of fabric, just practice your stitches, and you'll be amazed how easy it is. You know, it's like painting or drawing with a needle and thread. And, you know, a lot of people, I think, in the past used to think that embroidery was something that, you know, ladies of leisure did, and, you know, it wasn't sort of available to everybody. And I've seen over the years that I've been stitching that people actually sort of think, do you know what, I can do this. And on some of the printed fabrics, I'd love to sort of play around where you're stitching around flowers and adding the French knots to the centres and everything. So it is accessible for everybody. So those are your French knots. Have I got time to do some satins?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. I think
Everyone's enjoying learning how to embroider. I think one of the things that I've always found maybe slightly intimidating with embroidery is the idea that it's got to be really neat.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I'm that neat a person.
No, I'm the same.
Really?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. Do you know when I was stitching the bag?
Yes. This
When you're very
gorgeous
close
thing.
to something, you're very, very critical. And you look at it and you think, oh my goodness, do I undo that? And I've done embroidery for long enough that I think, actually, do you know what? I don't need to undo it. I just need to get over that.
I just need to move more quickly when I'm carrying the bag.
And don't get in too close. But then even...
You're so right.
Well, yeah, but even if you get in close...
Go
there
on,
are
Ollie.
mistakes. Go on, go in close. There are not mistakes as such.
No.
Just creative, I don't know, creative sort of things.
Flair, yeah. I totally agree with you. You see, now I say this to people about patchwork, you know, when you say, oh, this point doesn't match.
Yes.
Like, look, that's because you're looking at
Yes.
just that one unit.
Yes.
Remember, this is going to be a quilt.
Yes.
This is going to be a bag, you know. I think that looks exquisite. Close up, far away. Lovely.
But, you know, for all the years that I've done embroidery, I'm still the same. And I don't know why, but I just think, oh, my gosh, you know, do I undo it? Don't undo it.
No.
It's all part of the creative thing.
Exactly. It's handmade.
It is, it is.
It's all about, I talk about leaving your handwriting
Yes.
on projects.
Yes.
And almost, I think with some things you can say, oh, Cara stitched that, or Mum stitched that.
Yes.
Or, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's because you can see the hand of the maker.
Yeah.
If everything's so perfectly uniform, it looks like it's been done on a machine. I don't know, I'm not striving for that.
No, and don't be too critical. Do not be too critical. And as you know, even now I'm very critical, but, you know, in my head I'm thinking, no, it's okay, it's okay. Just carry on. Yeah. And satin stitch is the one that really foxed me, and I thought, oh gosh, yeah.
Now I struggle to make mine look really neat and uniform.
Right, so that's why you strip the thread.
I'm going to try that.
So I've got 3 strands of stranded cotton in the needle at the moment, and I'm coming up at the bottom of this section, and you can see the 3 strands, I hope, are lying parallel.
Yes.
So I'm going to actually do a big stitch there, and from the centre, we'll twist slightly, but if it twists slightly, you can untwist the thread underneath, and then you want to aim as close to the previous stitch as possible. And again, this is not the easiest of things, doing upside down and away from me. I'd want it a little bit closer. So then you'll do, and this is the satin stitch, so they're parallel stitches to the first one. And again, you can see those strands are nice and separate, and you drop it down and you start getting the coverage. If you find that you've got a bit of fabric in between showing through, you can just insert an additional stitch. So we come up, we're just covering the line that's printed on there. And then, so just carry on like that. But as I say, if you found satin stitch hard in the past, then it is much, much easier to keep it nice and neat and tidy by stripping the threads.
I think one of the things I do is it ends up looking almost like fanned out.
Right.
Rather than really parallel. I'm going too close at the bottom and too wide apart at the top.
Okay.
So they start to move outwards rather than straight.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes you need that on there. If you look at...
Oh, like the little leaves?
No, yes. Oh, yeah, the leaves. If you look at the leaves, they're sort of like a fanned effect.
Yes. Oh, so it's useful sometimes.
Yes, it is useful. And
blue sky thinking, Cara. Let's turn me around.
So it's like with this one that I'm doing here, I've had the stitching sort of close together. You're going to follow the growth of nature. So if a flower grows from the bottom up, you can actually do that with your stitching. So I'm going to come over, so I've done a few there, so I'm going to I found it easier to do a big long stitch in the centre and then do my other stitches either side of that.
Last few chances on the teal bundle, by the way. I have got, I don't have teens, I don't even have teens left, okay? 26.49 for, remember, the full pattern, the full panel for the outer bag, and that also includes things like your straps, your lining of your straps, and your full purse lining as well. Then you also get 1/2 metre of your teal solid to line the bag, and then your pattern as well. And your pattern contains all of your instructions, all of your measurements, so that you can make as many bags and purses as you like. It's also got so many embroidery designs in it that you can mix and match for the bags, but also things like embellishing home decor. I'm thinking, can you imagine having an embroidered border on a quilt? Imagine that around a quilt, all the way around.
Oh, it'd be gorgeous. The other thing is, with the smaller motifs, you could actually do the centre of, you know, if you were doing blocks.
Yeah, or like Dresden.
Yes, yeah.
Christine from Glamorgan's got in touch to say, hi there, I love this bag and can't wait to get the pattern. I have loved embroidery for 65 years since I was 5, and my mum taught me to do chair backs.
Oh my gosh, wonderful, wonderful.
You know, when you teach a child something, you never know what you're giving them.
No.
For a lifetime of pleasure.
My mum was very, very practical and taught us so many things, and that's where I got my love of sewing and embroidery. She used to make us dresses and dolls' clothes and things like that. So yeah, so that's where I've got mine. And look where it's taken me.
Exactly.
You know, you never ever thought that, you know, that would happen.
I mean, my mum taught me to knit when I was about 3, not because she liked knitting, but she was desperately wanted to try and keep me quiet for 5 minutes.
You sat down.
Yes, exactly, sort of occupied hands, and she hoped I wouldn't be able to talk and knit at the same time.
But it happened.
Didn't last very long. but, you know, whatever the motivation, that's sustained me for a lifetime.
Oh, gosh, absolutely, and given you, you know, the job and the career that you've had.
24 of the teal in baskets. I have got single figures left. This one's going to sell out. Let's give you the graphics for the mustard version. Absolute, mustard. Yes, again, you've got to be careful with this one. If it's in your basket, check out. How many baskets, Ben? Oh, my goodness me, right. All the stock's in baskets. If you're going to get the mustard, you need to check out. The mustard is very classy. It is very classy. Love your idea about using black, but you could also use cream. You could use tan, white.
I'd love to do a version with lots of different colours.
Lovely,
So if you wanted to do it sort of really like funky, you could have bright colours on there, or you wanted to do it quite sort of subtle, You could do pastel shades.
Well, you could even do like self-coloured embroidery, couldn't you? So almost match the colour of the background.
Oh my gosh, yes, yes.
Very slightly lighter or very
Yes.
slightly darker. Which would you go?
I would go darker.
Very slightly
Yeah,
darker.
I think I'd go darker.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And then the last version available is the blue. I think this would work absolutely beautifully with like variegated
Yes.
embroidery thread.
Yes, yeah. There's a one called Colour Variations as well, the thread, and the variegated goes from light to dark. The Colour Variations has different colours.
That's what I would use.
Yeah, the colour
Yes.
variations would
Yes.
be really good.
Maybe in like autumny shades on this
Yes.
slaty blue.
Yes.
Gorgeous rusts and reds
Oh my
and golds.
gosh, yes.
Should we do it?
Oh yes. Shall we just carry on stitching?
Love that. The light blue is absolutely beautiful. It's like a gorgeous, soft, slaty blue. And I love the linen texture in the background. So you've got that subtle variation in texture and tone. Really lovely. Well over a third of the stock gone and loads in baskets. You get your pattern, you get your lining fabric as well. Cara, we did very briefly mention sort of interfacings and waddings. So you mentioned using interfacing.
Medium iron-on interfacing.
Okay, we've got that.
Just gives the fabric a bit of support while you're stitching. And then H640 for the actual lining of the bag.
So we'll put the details for that. Is that also in the purse or is that just interfacing?
No, it's in the purse as well.
In the purse as well.
Yeah.
We'll put the details for H640. How much would we need? It's half a metre for £5.99. Is that enough?
Yes, half a metre.
Great. So £5.99, H640, and that's your padding.
The other thing is the Chikopi.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So
Just because we like saying the name. Chikopi. Now, what, Cara Ackerman, is
Yes.
Chikopi?
Chikopi paper
Right.
is transfer paper. So it has a chalk finish on one side and then just a smooth finish on the other. And what you would do is with some washi tape or something like that, I haven't got any plain fabric, so I'm not actually going to transfer, but I'll show you the technique.
Okay.
So have I got some paper scissors?
You get 5 different colours, by the way, in one pack. A sheet of blue, a green, a red, a white and a yellow. So it'll show up on pretty much any
Yes.
colour of fabric.
Yes.
Do you have to use a tracing wheel or...?
No, I'll show you what I use. And the other method is with a light box.
Okay.
So the light box is really good for transferring if you've got one, or you can pin it on a window and, look through. What you would do, though, rather than take it out of the instructions, because they're double-sided, I would photocopy if you can.
Good tip.
Rather than decimate your pattern. So if you photocopy, or if you've done the digital one, just print out as Kate did. Was it Kate? So you lie your fabric on the surface. So say, for example, I was going to do, I think I'll maybe do that little section there.
Yes, I like that.
So I've just secured everything, and I'm just going to pop that so I know that that's in the right position. And
See, now I can add this as a use of washi tape.
yes, yeah,
Because I always try and suggest ideas for how one can use washi tape.
Yeah.
And this is a great use of it.
What you then do is you put your copy paper, so you've got your fabric, you make a sandwich. So you've got your fabric, your copy paper. In fact, that way up would be better, because otherwise I'm just going to be tracing onto the paper. So put your copy paper with the chalk surface down onto your fabric, and then the pattern over the top. And I've got a biro or anything like that that's got a sharp point. This biro's run out of ink. So,
Ideal.
you know, that's what I've kept this one for. And then you would draw, as I say, I'm not going to because I don't want to really find that I've not put it in the right area or anything like that, but you would draw over the top. So you would draw your design over the top and keep lifting it up and making sure that it's transferred. That's the way to do it. It might not come through first time, so you might want to draw over it a few times.
Okay.
Or if it's quite faint, then you can get a really fine chalk pen, like is there a hemline one or a sew-line one? Sew-line pen, and draw over the top. So that's one way. If you were using a light box, you could use a friction pen.
Yep.
So you'd have your design and use the friction pen, but don't iron it. So you'd need to put your iron-on interfacing
Does
on
that remove
first.
the Chakotay chalk?
No, as an alternative.
Oh, sorry,
So
you were
as an
talking about-
alternative. So
Yes,
if you
of course,
didn't
you were
use
talking
the
about
Chakotay,
friction.
yeah, you would use the friction pen. The other thing to not remind you, is just when you're printing out, just check there's a centimetre square there for scale. So you want to make sure that you've got that right. And also there's template 1, because the front and the back of the bag are different.
Yes, they are. I'm going to show you one side. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Look, little bluebells here, but no bluebells. Different flowers. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so lovely. I genuinely think that on a border would be amazing on a
That
quilt.
on a border on a cushion.
Oh,
that
yes,
would be
please.
Lovely. Yes.
Or on like the envelope back of a cushion
Yes,
even.
yes.
I've got one kit left for teal, literally one left, and 40 in baskets. More.
The other thing is just to point out that to fit them onto the A4 sheet of paper, we've split them.
Yep.
So you'll have template 1, and there's an A and a B, part A and part B. And there's a little triangle. Again, I'm not sure if you can see that. There's a little triangle there, and you will match the Bs. So that you'll join those together to get that long effect.
Teal has sold out. Let's put mustard up on screen. I will check the quantities of mustard, or Dijon, as I like to call it. I think everything tastes better with a spoonful of Dijon mustard in it.
Well, there you go.
If you do something like cauliflower cheese, teaspoon of Dijon mustard in the cheese sauce, you barely taste it, but it makes the cheese cheesier. I digress. Can you tell I'm ready for my
I was going
mid-morning
to say,
snack,
I'm getting
Cara?
hungry now.
Stars.
I don't know whether we've got time. I can show you chain stitch.
Yes, let's.
So
I'm prepared to let you do whatever you want, Cara.
That's very kind. That's the first time
I'm not
in my
even
life.
listening to my producer.
So this section here, you can see it's quite small. So this particular one I'm going to do with just, make sure, there we go. I've done with a single strand of the stranded cotton. So it's like a lazy daisy, the chain stitch, where your needle goes back down into the fabric. And again, I find this easier off a hoop. And the satin stitch is the one that really needs a hoop.
Yeah.
Or just be aware that you don't want to pull the stitches
I was
too
going to
tight.
say it could gather up your fabric,
Yes.
couldn't it, if you were working in your
Yeah.
hand?
So to do a chain stitch, exactly the same as we did for the lazy daisy, you've got a thread there, you've got the loop, the needle comes up through the loop, and you make a little circle. Instead of doing the locking stitch that we did before, your needle goes back down, comes up through the loop, and you pull it, and you've got a little chain. So that's how you do chain stitch. And you can see I've used 3 strands for the satin, 2 strands for the stem stitch, 2 strands for the lazy daisy, and I'm using 1 strand. So you can just play around with the number of strands that you're using.
Delicate and lovely.
It's
lacy.
so pretty.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. That's the comment that's come through so strongly from viewers as well. Just how pretty this project is, how beautifully relaxing as well. We all need a little project that keeps us happy in our seat. Sometimes because some of us are always racing around and need a reason to sit still. Sometimes people don't have a choice and are rather stuck in their chair. And actually, if you can do something that makes that time more pleasant, more enjoyable.
Or in hospital, if you're in a hospital
Exactly.
and you need to recuperate. This is a
Yes.
wonderful one. It's been proven that it brings sort of blood pressure down, and it's so mindful. Or if you're at home recuperating from an operation or something like that, it's a lovely pastime.
Oh, sit down, feet up,
Yeah,
pot of tea.
fire
You see, again,
on.
I'm having to include some kind of nibbly thing.
Sustenance. Yeah, you definitely need sustenance, but don't have anything that's going to make your hands sticky.
Embroidery fuel. Oh, goodness.
You wouldn't want sticky hands on
Now
you.
you've really limited my choices, Cara.
Sorry.
You had me for a moment.
Or
now
you
you've
have to have
lost
somebody
me.
to feed you.
Oh, now, yes, of course.
Feed me your grape.
Feed me while I embroider. I'll just be like a baby bird, like,
Actually, it's very good if you're wanting to lose weight because your hands are busy and you can't sort
give
of
me the
do
embroidery, Cara, now.
So that's the chain stitch there. And then with this particular one, I would do the satin stitch around the flower there, some straight stitches, and then there are a couple of French knots, and I just use the single strand. So that was the satin stitch that we've done. So you were saying
Gorgeous.
about it fanning out. Well, that is fanned out.
True enough.
But it's the way that the flower grows. So I wouldn't do a satin stitch across like that.
Yeah.
It's much better to actually follow the growth of the flower. If
I
you
love
like.
that tip. That's such a thing to keep in mind. I'll remember that forever.
And
Follow
I
the
think
growth.
for leaves as well, you know, it's much, much better. The leaves that I've done on the little purse there.
Oh, yes, I
sort
love
of
those.
Follow. But just enjoy, just play around with it. You don't have to, you know, follow it as I've done here. You can do your own thing. Round the tulips, you could do your stem stitch. That would, you know, work really well as well. So,
Gorgeous.
but you can see how much you get done within a short period of time.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. A slow stitching, yes, but still, you see a lot of progress. Don't forget, in your pattern, you get all of your instructions plus all of your templates to do many, many bags, as many as you like, and you can put the embroideries on anything you want to. Absolutely gorgeous, Cara. It's been a beautiful hour.
I've enjoyed
Absolutely
it.
lovely. I'm super excited about your 11 o'clock show.
Oh, yes. I forgot about
Oh,
that one.
wow. The projects that we've got in that hour. Now, we've had loads of sellers in this hour. That second hour is going to do the same. Look at this gorgeous cushion. And the bag. Absolutely gorgeous. Look. Classy, that. Really beautiful. So that's 11 o'clock, Cara. Have a lovely hour and a half.
Thank you, and have fun.
well-
I'm going to look forward to seeing. Pauline's
Auntie
fabrics.
Pauline.
Oh yes,
Absolutely.
definitely.
Well, we're going to go to a short break now. When we come back, P Whistle's in the house. It's Auntie Pauline, and we're celebrating her very special birthday, but also we are going to be celebrating her very first foray into fabrics. We're going to do some stamping, we're colouring, we're sewing, we're doing all sorts, and we'll be doing quite a lot of chatting as well, I think. So everything to stick around for. I'll see you after this. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart, Hillard. And this one here is Pauline Wheeler.
Good morning.
First of all, very, very happy birthday.
Thank you, my darling.
Mwah.
Thank
you. We all call Pauline Auntie Pauline. Well, I don't, do I? I just call you or you.
Well, you just shout me across the room.
But we've been friends for years and years
Yeah.
and years.
Yeah.
And now I remember probably 6 or 7 years ago when you started sewing quilts.
Yes.
You started making
And
your
you
first
laughed
quilt.
when I said I was going to.
How embarrassing,
I never sewed, didn't want to sew. Always papercraft.
But I knew you'd get hooked.
Hooked on quilting.
Yeah. So lots and lots
Hooked
of
on
people will
quilting.
know you, Pauline, as a fabulous paper crafter.
That's very nice of you.
Mixed media,
Yeah.
scrapbook. Tell us about your
Everything.
past. Tell
Well,
us
oh
who you are.
gosh, yeah. A lot of you will know me from, if you're into papercraft, from representing Hunky Dory. But I've taught and demonstrated that for too many years now.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're ever out on the street and you see someone shouting with a placard,
It's me.
probably Pauline.
Come on in. So that's where it all started. And then one day, I've got a friend who's a really good sewer, and one day I said to her that I would like to learn how to make a block for a quilt, and she, like Stuart, just laughed. And she showed me, and it was all like half square triangles making this star. I went, right, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to make a quilt. And I made my first quilt, and to this day, I love it. It's still my favourite. I made a beautiful one out of one of Stuart's books.
Yes.
Like my interpretation of the beanstalk.
Magic beanstalk.
Because I'm also because I am like an enthusiastic novice intermediate. Okay?
Love that.
Who is full of enthusiasm, which means that I rush and do things wrong.
I mean, this is
So
sounding
a
familiar, right?
stitch unpicker is my favourite friend.
Good, me too.
Okay, so because I produce my own stamps now as well, and then one day I thought I've got this stamp set that I love, and I made something, and what I made I'm going to give away today.
Oh yeah, now let's just have a quick look at that, because we're doing a giveaway, a special giveaway in this special show. Is a shop to win. Now if you purchase anything from Pauline's hour or hour and a half from this show, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win this beautiful framed print. So this is...
Should we
yeah,
get it over?
grab it.
If I can ask
Yeah.
Levi if he could just pass the frame. Right, okay, so this is all hand stamped by me, and you'll notice, sorry about the glare, that's it. You'll notice there's some glossy areas in that I have also done, and it all started off from this stamp set, okay?
Well, yeah, which we've got on the show.
Yeah, in various forms, so, so that is what started it off.
So is that printed on fabric or paper?
That's on cardstock.
On cardstock, gorgeous.
Yeah, and then I've
you've added
hand-coloured it.
Beads and...
No.
Gems?
No. It's a liquid. The
Oh.
white is just like a liquid paint dropper.
Very clever.
On there, yeah. But I've loved it, and I thought I really don't have anywhere to put it. So as this is my birthday and I like to share, we're going to give it away.
Amazing.
Okay, I'll just put that over there, and then
Okay,
Levi
cool.
can do his bit with
So
it again.
literally everyone who shops any of Pauline's items can win that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just... So we're going to do some lovely things, because at the moment our system's completely... You've you've broken the internet. You've broken the internet, Pauline.
Oh dear.
Basically, you've bust
I
our
have
internet.
this habit of causing
So
chaos.
that's why at the moment we can't put any graphics up, okay? But we've got an hour and a half with Pauline.
Yeah.
So we've got plenty of time to chat, to demo. You can still shop on pre-order. I just we can't have any graphics on screen at the moment. But there it all is on the website.
Right.
We're also going to be doing some cheeky birthday deals from Pauline, some price crashes as we go along.
Well, you've got to, haven't we?
Bear with us.
We've got to, I like sharing.
We love a few gremlins,
yeah.
don't we? It makes the day interesting.
So from this...
Tell us about the stamp
Right, okay.
then.
So this is the one stamp set, right? Yeah. And when you see the fabric, you will see this. And you will see it in exactly those colours, okay? And then the background that goes with it is a combination of this stamp combined with Now, this one isn't on the show.
Sure.
Okay, for various reasons. I've got very little in stock, but I've got more of this one to make today. So when you look at the background that comes with it, you will see that it's a combination of some of these and these. Okay, now I'm going to turn it round because you will see it's bigger than what it looks on the front.
Oh, got you, yes.
Okay, so it's important to see that. And they're like statement pieces. So I wanted to do something, and when I'd done the frame, it's like, I want this on fabric.
Yes.
And so the story begins.
So with these stamps, of course, you can stamp on paper, on card, but you can also stamp on fabric and then use that
Use
to
in the writing.
paint or embroider or...
Well, yes, I've been flashing my eyelashes at Cara because she's done all that embroidery.
Oh,
and she's like,
absolutely.
oh, that'd be lovely to embroider it. I thought, thank goodness.
Yeah,
I don't hand sew. So I'm itching. But I have got something I'll show you with a bit of stitching on that was made.
Do you mind just grabbing the journal? And
Right.
Because this is sort of, I suppose this is your roots, isn't it, Pauline?
Yes.
This is your stock in trade in terms of card making and paper craft. So this is using those stamps to stamp onto like an MDF.
Yes, that's MDF.
Or onto cards. But you could also be printing these same things onto fabric as well.
Yeah. Now, keep an eye on those MDFs because we've got another treat for you.
We do. We have the MDFs to create these books as well. But let's start having a look at the first panel. Again, our graphics are completely broken at the moment. The website's down as well at the moment. Pauline.
Gosh, what have I done?
Pauline.
What have I done, Stuart? What have I done?
But we'll start showing you what you can buy at some point today.
Right.
So this is our first big panel.
This is what we call a bundle.
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've done the panel, but you can buy now there isn't many, but an extra ½ metre.
Yes.
So I've put them together. So
you've got these printed images here. Oh, the graphics are working.
Oh,
yeah.
yay.
We've got graphics. Good.
Exciting.
Okay. Right. So you're not going to pay $29.98, by the way. We're going to drop that price. That price straight away. Drop that price right this minute, my lover.
I knew it was all going too well.
There you go. That's more. $22.49. There's gold in them there hills. I used to love it. Every year there's a Talk Like a Pirate Day. I used to love it when I was a teacher. All the kids would be coming and say, I've done my work, Mr. Hillard.
I love that.
Anyway, so you get this panel. Look,
Yes.
you've got these two gorgeous, like almost wreath-like designs.
Yeah, that identical. Obviously, they're a little bit closer, smaller to get the two on than the 12 by 12.
But Pauline, I'm thinking cushion.
Yes.
Cushion. I'm thinking back for the cushion strip. Yeah. Then
There's
you've
so
got,
much.
look, borders.
Yeah.
And then, look, here's your extra ½ metre of your beautiful background print.
So you're saving money buying the two together.
Brilliant.
Because otherwise, you would only get that panel.
Yeah.
You're getting the full ½ metre as well.
So I will show you
special
in a
prices.
sec. We do have that bit as a panel.
Yeah.
You can get that as a standalone panel with your two sort of
Yeah.
what am I trying to think of?
Design.
That wasn't quite the word I was thinking.
Design panels.
Not
Yes.
as
Design.
basic as that, Pauline.
Oh, I'm not good at this.
I'm thinking wreath, but it's not a wreath. But I'm can't
No,
think what
yeah,
it's
yeah.
almost like a block anyway. So you've got that.
Yes.
You've got that.
Yeah,
you've
I
got
mean,
that.
it could be the centre of a quilt.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, but what is lovely is it's crying out for beads, embroidery threads. You know, I'm so happy with it.
It's beautiful.
I'm a nightmare. I'm a nervous wreck.
Stop
but
it.
I am
Oh.
I'm so happy with my products.
Yeah.
Which is
They're
what
beautiful.
counts.
And
the
also as well, you
quality.
should be really proud, Paul. But also for your $22.49, you get all that. But you're also getting your ½ metre of coordinating fabric included. It comes printed all in one. So you've got all of that as well. So if you want to make yourself 2 cushions, front and back. Look at this lovely cushion. You've got your border added on there. You can use your coordinate for the back. Personally, I would use this strip here. I would use some of that on one, and I'd use some of that on the other, and I'd actually piece that into the envelope backing. So it looks gorgeous front
I mean,
and back.
the thing is, I didn't put this as a cushion kit or anything like that because there's so many opportunities with you. If you want, you can cut all individual out. I have done that as well and appliqued them.
Well, I'm also thinking here, bag flap for a messenger bag. That would be gorgeous as the flap. You could even cut, if you cut half, that
straight
could
through
be
the
a
middle.
curved flap.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't
that be gorgeous?
Yeah.
You could add some embroidery or some beading on there.
I mean,
and do an
French
evening bag.
knots on here. Look at me.
Listen to
Look at
you.
me.
French knots. Bit of lazy daisy stitching. Bit of
You see,
satin.
I know, I mean, I have done a little bit of sewing in the past. Hand sewing is not my thing. Let's put it out there, I'm honest.
Yeah.
It's not my thing. I think it's beautiful and I love it if somebody else does it.
Yeah.
I don't really want to
You're
do
like that with housework. I'm like that with housework too. I love it, but I prefer it if someone else does it.
Yeah.
A lovely message for you, Pauline, from Ian in the West Midlands. He says, "Hi all, happy birthday week, Pauline."
Thank
She's having
you.
a month. She's having a month. I have to say, I love your stamps, and they look absolutely beautiful on the fabric. Have a fantastic show, love, Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
That's
That's
gorgeous.
really great. He's a lovely man.
You do have a month, though, don't you, for your birthday?
Well, yeah, I think I'm working on week at the moment, but I'm extending.
As soon as I hit 40, I said I'm having the whole month.
Well,
Try it.
I'd like to say I've hit 40, but I obviously haven't.
A special birthday this year.
70.
Outrageous.
70. I know you think I'm 26.
70 times fabulous, Pauline. That's what you are. 70 times fabulous. Honestly, though, Pauline and I have been friends and
I found him lurking in a green room, and I took him under
Looking
my
for
wing.
biscuits.
Yes. And that was it.
Yes,
That was
yes.
it. We were straight up to the cafe, and that's where we go. We sort of
gravitate.
to
Always,
restaurants and things. All the
It'll come
time.
as no surprise. We're going for lunch after this
Yes.
morning, aren't we? To celebrate your birthday. But yeah, no, we've been mates ever since, and you've done so much quilt making and sewing since then.
Well, when Stuart launched his first collection, fabric, I made a journal for him, which I actually quilted, but I made the whole papers, the cover and everything.
Yeah.
And then Stuart's done something for me.
Oh,
So-
yes, I have.
Yes, you have.
Yes, I have. Yes. Couldn't wait to use your fabrics. So this is our first option. Be quick on it. You're getting your gorgeous designs here. You're getting your strip here. You're getting your coordinate, but then you're also getting a full ½ meter, all beautifully printed. And I love the
shading. I know. Now, you'll see another version in a minute, which I've not done, because it made a difference. But on the pink, the shading is superb. It's 44 inches wide. It's 100% cotton.
It looks
of the
metallic, but it's the shading,
doesn't it?
isn't it?
Yeah, and it is the most fabulous quality.
Yeah,
it
gorgeous.
really is.
So that's our first option. I might hand this back to you, Pauline, so you can keep me tidy and in line, and then you'll know where everything is.
I'm not a tidy person, but
So that's our first one. Now, our second option, we have got a black and white version. This excites me very much.
Yeah.
Very much.
And-
We're going to go to the same price as well. It should be $29.98, but you're making a saving by buying both together.
Yeah.
Now, Pauline, talk to me about
Right.
the concept for
Okay,
this.
so this one is slightly different, as in you've got the panel that would be with the large print on.
Yeah.
But then the ½ meter on this is a small print.
Love that. So the scale is
Yeah.
changed. It's the same print, but a different scale.
Yeah. Now, I love to colour fabric. I really do. And we've got a sample here, thank you, Stuart, of my colouring on there,
Look.
and which we will show you later. And only the second time ever free motion quilting.
And that is fabulous. Bit of vermicelli, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
yeah. And you recommended the other day, and it's what I did. I drew it out first.
Right.
On the fabric.
Right.
With a friction pen.
Okay, cool.
And I did that. So this is hand colouring with the Inktense pencils that we have on the show.
We've got them on the show. So
Yeah.
this is using this panel. Imagine what you could do when you can colour it just the colours you want to.
Yes. You see, this is it, because not everybody is pink. Pink is lovely,
Mm-hmm.
but it is nice to coordinate your own. So with this one, I say you've got the larger print, and then you've got the small print, which it
This
gives
is
you something,
stunning.
you know, it gives you something else.
Absolutely brilliant. This is gorgeous.
Yeah. And I mean, even this, you can still colour in.
Yeah. Or you could tie-dye. You
Yes.
could paint it.
Yeah.
Loads of options. There's loads of this in baskets. Remember, you're making a huge saving. You're making a $7.50 saving.
Yeah.
That is absolutely brilliant.
Can I just say as well, this is like, dare I say, bespoke, because you can't get this from anywhere else. I've give it to Sewing Street and me, and I might limit it to how many I eventually have printed.
You're teasing us now.
Well, do you know what?
I might limit it.
I might, because
too.
I want it to remain special.
Yeah, totally
So
agree.
it's not something you can go and buy on the high street or online or anywhere else.
No, I'm with you on that.
It's
I do
just
the same.
bespoke to me, because I think it's because of the paper crafting and the stamps.
Mm-hmm.
I like then to move on to new stamps.
Yes, absolutely.
So you can't keep doing the same thing.
You're a
You've got to
butterfly,
move
aren't
on.
you?
Yeah.
You're a butterfly. So you get those two beautiful
More like a
large
moth, really,
designs.
but there we go.
You get those two beautiful large designs. You can leave them black and white. You could just bead them.
Yes.
You could embroider them. You could Inktense. You could use markle sticks. You could use
So many
fabric
opportunities.
pens.
Yes, yeah.
You could paint. You can even use ordinary wax crayons and heat set them with
Yes,
an iron.
yeah,
Can't
yeah.
you? There's so many things you can
There
do.
is a little sample right on the front underneath the cushion,
Give me a second.
where I have actually cut those separately, and it's quite easy to do.
Ooh, yes.
And
now
then
this
I'm
is
thinking
lovely.
like quilt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love that. In fact, I'll move this out the
No,
way.
Can I just ask as well?
Loads and
Go on,
loads
once
of this one in
pressing,
baskets.
see how rushed I've been. Don't look at this. This was sample fabric before I chose the real one, but I needed to get some
Now I'm
fabric
really
done.
looking at
But I've
it.
coloured all these, all different.
These are
Don't look.
absolutely
Don't
gorgeous.
look.
Don't look.
Don't look at the
Don't look at the. Don't
stitching,
imagine a
don't-
pink elephant. Whatever
No.
you do, don't imagine a pink elephant.
No.
What are you thinking of now? Lunch. I'm thinking about lunch.
I'm so nervous. I've not.
Oh,
I
bless her.
think it was
Did you
about.
sleep last night?
No.
Oh,
I think it was about 4:30. I had some breakfast, so now I'm like on my knees.
But you brought cakes.
But I bought cakes.
We should have cake
And I've
and
not
tea.
made them for the first time ever. But I've been too busy out gallivanting.
Yeah, you have, haven't you?
Yeah. Gotta get my
I
priorities
love
right.
this. This is so beautiful. This shows you what you can do with the black and white version, which is flying out. You can colour it in any way you want, soft and pastel, bright and beautiful, or even just monotone.
Yeah.
All blues, all pinks, whatever you want to do.
I'm so happy with it. I've been happy with the stamps. That's why I had them reprinted
Yeah.
to do this, because I thought, it's all to do with that picture. That's where it started.
Mm-hmm.
And if I tell you, I've spent the last however many 70, so let's say 60 years, saying I can't draw, but I drew these.
Gorgeous.
And I'm so happy with them.
Yeah.
And fabric is, I love bringing things together, mixing the two. So to have my stamps on fabric and have them printed like this,
It's a joy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Over half the stock's gone.
Oh,
If you want the
gosh.
black and white version, get
Thank
your
you.
baskets checked out, please. And then start exploring what you can do with these gorgeous fabrics. Now we're going to go on to the sunflowers.
Yes.
And I'm going to grab a couple of samples.
Right.
Can I give that to
You
you?
can.
The sunflower panel's been really, really popular. I took the sunflower panel away and I made a little bag. And I had so much fun making this. Now, the panel itself is kind of set out to make a cushion with, but I'm a bit like you. If there are instructions, I like to ignore them.
Well, there's no instructions because...
No, quite. Or even a suggestion, I just ignore it.
You can do whatever you want with it. It doesn't even have to be a cushion kit. But I'm giving you the fabric. I'm giving you the piece on the front and all the snowflowers, sunflowers. And I've appliqued every one of them on.
Let me grab it.
This is just cut from the panel.
Yes. So this is using
Cushion's
the
a bit
panel.
big in this. It's a bit padded out. Look,
But I'll show
It's
you.
like me bursting at the seams.
Me too. This is gorgeous. I'll show you the panel.
Very proud of myself doing that, to be honest.
Yeah, you made that, didn't you?
I made it, yeah.
Pauline made that.
Oh, and can I show you? Right, and just to reiterate.
Oh, no, that's not it. Have you
what-
got the sunflower panel there, Pauline?
Oh, I've got one here.
Yes.
Right, this is the whole kit, okay?
Gotcha, yeah. Right, so let me just talk about the kit itself, because it's sort of an inspiration bundle.
This comes from this stamp.
Yeah. So let me show you the panel first of all. So you're getting... Okay, so you're getting all of your sunflowers, first of all. Now, this is what Pauline has cut, so bond-webbed and then cut out the individual sunflowers and appliqued them.
Yeah.
This is also the fabric that I decided to cut into a strip and then sew to the other fabric to create the top band of my bag.
And it looks lovely quilted.
So a different way of using the same panel. So you've got those, then you've got your beautiful coordinate. Now on Pauline's cushion, she's used that for the envelope back.
Yeah.
For my bag, I've used that for the bottom half. And this is literally just a front and a back with boxed corners.
Yep.
Couldn't be easier. I've also used that same fabric to create the handles. And I could have made 2 bags using this panel. I think about that. The price isn't staying at $29.99, but you get loads more. You also get this beautiful fabric from Lewis and Irene.
Can I point out, it's sort of directional, as in your bees want to be, they're up and down, but you don't want them sideways on really, do you?
There they are.
But that's
your
up
little
to you
bees.
when you've got it. Yeah.
So,
Can I show you this as well? That was the original stamp, which I've now put to bed. It's finished. But this is my drawings and colourings.
just have a little bit higher.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
These are my drawings and
Here,
colourings.
Pauline done.
There we go. That I did, that is printed from, and you can see
can absolutely
how good the
see.
printing is.
Yeah.
That's on
beautiful.
paper.
Beautiful. So you get your background cream fabric. That's a Lewis and Irene. That's the background of your cushion. Then you also get some Bondaweb. So you get a sheet of Bondaweb, which is way more than you need.
I've cut
in
it
order
to the width,
create
which is
this.
45 centimetres, I think. And I've cut a
Fabulous.
square. You've got plenty there.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So you've got this fabulous, if you want to, make the cushion, okay? Because you've got all of your sunflowers, your Bondaweb, your background fabric, and your backing fabric. If you prefer, make a bag or 2, and a few purses, make whatever you want.
And
I think the
that
cream
one,
would
I
line it.
cut them into squares.
Yes, let me show you that next. So this one, again, a fabulous patchwork bag. This is using the same panel. You've got a zipper through the top and handles.
And you've
That
got a
is
bit of
lush.
the leftover backing
Yeah,
on there.
nothing wasted. So many different things you could do with this, because you've got your lining fabric if you want to make a bag, you've got, or your applique fabric if you prefer, you've got Bondweb, you've got your panel which has your, well, are they appliques or are they the top band of a bag? You decide.
Yeah. I'd
Love
say
that.
I put it as cushion kit because I've put the other things in and we've got that. But really, the world's your lobster. You can do,
It really
do what you
is.
want.
It really is. Now, you're not going to pay $29.99. So many of these already checked out or in baskets. Birthday special. Happy 21st birthday, Pauline. It's $24.49. I love it. Fantastic.
It's even more than triple 21, isn't it?
Oh, but the thing is, Pauline, every year I know you, you get more fabulous.
Oh.
So if that's what a year does, bring it on, I say. Bring it. Absolutely flying in for this.
Oh,
what a
lovely.
deal. Couple
Thank
of bags, gorgeous cushion, purses, you name it.
Yeah.
You name it.
And not only have I applique, I'm going to try and show you this as well.
You're going to
I'm
how to do
gonna
this, aren't you,
stitch.
Pauline?
He said, yes, you are. And I'm like, I've never even sewed standing up before. I'm like, this could all go really wrong.
Pauline, welcome to Sewing
all
Street.
all you've got to remember is I'm just showing you what you could do.
Yes.
You're probably going to come up with something far more beautiful than this.
I think that looks absolutely gorgeous.
And what I'm going to
Pauline.
show you as well is how, because first I was going to do like a circle of them,
Like a wreath.
and then I went mad.
Yeah.
So yeah, options.
I love the layered look. I love the way they're
Yeah.
multi-layered on
Well,
there.
that's it. Do you know? And then because I did multi-layer, I realised. Now you probably think, why has she done that? That's totally unnecessary. But I sewed around everyone before I put the next one on.
No, I agree with you.
Is that
And
right?
Then you can hide your starts
Because
and stops.
yes, and also it's like where they overlapped. Otherwise, I'd be having. I mean, there's enough stitches running amok on there as it is, and I stitched in black because I wanted, but orange, yellow, red,
Variegated,
gold,
beautiful.
whatever.
Gold.
Don't be limited. But I wanted the black. But you see all these before you put them on. French knot, all these centres. Oh, you can do so much.
Yeah, you
more
really
than me.
can. We had a lovely message there from Gail. We'll just get it back up for you, Pauline.
Hi, Gail.
It's come off. It's come off. We
Oh,
were
here we
chatting.
go.
Gail says, morning, Stuart and Pauline. These are absolutely gorgeous. I love them.
Thank you.
And 3 kisses.
Oh,
My favourite
Made
message
my
is
day.
3 kisses at the end.
kisses.
I think so.
Right, if we're talking about messages, right, I'm gonna out him here. Right? He said, I've got your birthday card here. Day late, okay? Day late.
I didn't see you yesterday.
Have I got it
You
here?
were out celebrating.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have I
this
got
is
it?
quite funny.
Oh yeah, I've got it.
You've
Right.
got it
So
there.
you know, he's so famous.
so show busy.
And so
Well, look, first of all, I found this card because it's
Gin.
got gin on the
Gin
front,
and tonic, right.
which seemed very appropriate.
Yeah. So so he said, you've got to open this because you've got to excuse me. Forgive me, he said. So my friend for years, right?
So
And
I,
he's
so
he
I write
signs
the
it-
card,
he signs
and then
it like
I
I'm a-
sign it.
I'm a
Look,
person he's just
Stuart
met.
Hillard, and then I put, haha, I'm so used to signing my full name. Signed it like a book. How embarrassing!
but he's taking me out to lunch, so I don't care.
I am taking Pauline out for lunch. How embarrassing! We're not having lobster, by the way.
Are we not?
Point that
Oh,
out.
let me just. Can I just show you the? Oh, everything's going everywhere.
We're going for
We
the
were-
99p menu at
we were-
McDonald's.
yes.
Is that all right?
At the moment, I could eat your arm. So.
Oh, somebody get Pauline a cake and me as well, please. Oh, that's amazing.
Right. So my friend made me this when I launched
that.
the stamps, and I stamped it onto calico, coloured it, and then she took it away and just put some stitches on there,
Look.
just to show, and it's very tactile. It's really nice stitches on there.
Absolutely gorgeous. Let's do a bit of demo, Pauline.
Okie dokie.
Let's do sunflowers.
Right.
First of all, you're going to show us how to like bondweb and create those appliques, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Right, so I've got a piece of fabric here. Now, the fabric you've got enough at the front, it's a good fat quarter, okay, because it's from extra wide. So I've got my beads running horizontally. I know it should be iron. Oh, hang on, we've got the iron here, Stuart.
Got the iron?
We've got the iron. Of course, I'm left-handed, aren't I?
Do you want me to iron the fabric for you?
Would you mind?
No, I'm more
I'm
than
a
happy to do that.
left-hander.
Right.
Okay. So, and then somewhere under here, the lovely Levi got me there it is, a friction pen.
I'll just stand here and do your ironing for you. Chuck a couple of blouses at me. I'll
That's
do
it,
them
yeah,
while I'm at it.
Oh, I could have passed him a best press as well.
Yes.
I'm a best press lover.
Yes, of course.
Do you like a bit of best press?
Love that. Have you tried flatter?
Yes, I have got that as well,
That's
I think.
also gorgeous, yeah.
But not with me today.
No. We don't need it. You're not ironing, are you? This is what I meant about Pauline liking housework, but when someone else does it,
I like to delegate.
don't you just?
Well, I never actually delegated, did I? I just sort of look at him with puppy dog eyes and he does it.
You always get the boys running round after you, Pauline. It's fair to say, right?
Right, I need that, Stuart. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay. And then just let it cool down before you use a friction pen on it, or you're fighting a losing battle.
Yes.
Now, obviously, you'll cut this to whatever size you want. And here, I've just got a piece of MDF. Use a plate or whatever. Okay, you wouldn't think I'd know what I was doing. I've been doing on TV for 10 years. There we go. So I'm just going to say, put that sort of central, and then take my pen, and we are going to draw around. Now, this is going to be a smaller one, obviously.
So this could be a tea plate, a dinner plate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, anything you can draw around. Okay, so that's your basis. And I like to have something sort of planned out, so then you can know where to place things. Right, so then I've got a couple here. I'm going to go with this one because it's got less to cut out. Okay, so then what I want to do is take my piece of bond web. Okay, now I have got with me, Stuart.
Oh, you got your Millwood mat.
I've got my Millwood mat.
Nice.
Right, so what we need to do, obviously
Take
you
that
can
out the way.
trim up your bonder web to, because you don't want to waste it. Okay, and then the lovely Stuart can do his bit again
Okay.
on there.
So we're putting the bonder web against
Yes.
the fabric, and we'll just
Put that on the
bind those
top.
layers together.
I find this really good for,
Brilliant, aren't they?
yeah. I like applique.
Well, the other thing as
Really
well you
happy
can
with
do
it.
with your Millwood, you can create your whole wreath.
Yeah, you can put it all on there.
and
Yes.
peel it off as one,
Yeah,
can't you?
yeah. Right.
Now, I just want to point out as well, there was a little bit of bond web sticking over the edge because I'd got that goddess sheet on top. Didn't stick.
Yeah. So
I'll
now we
cut
need to
that
cut
out.
it out. And you don't remove the backing. I bought the biggest scissors I've got with me rather than a nice small pair. So, yeah, this is... and I can sit and do this. I'm quite happy what I call fussy cutting. So I could sit with this with a tray on my lap, watching my favourite TV programme.
Which would be right now?
Oh, I like the soaps. But, yeah.
I haven't watched soaps in donkey's years.
I like a bit of soap. I find I get annoyed when I think, oh, come on, finish this story. It's been on too long. But
See, I find a 2-hour Vera quite a commitment.
love Vera. Cried when it finished.
Did you?
Cried when it finished. I love
was a
Vera.
little bit underwhelmed at the end.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I didn't want, all guns blazing. I didn't want her to die.
No.
Obviously.
Did you watch how it was all made afterwards? That was really good. Really good. Right, so you can see.
Yep.
Now I've got, these are my left-hand scissors. So I can't give this job to Stuart
No, because you're a lefty.
because I'm a lefty.
I'm surrounded by lefties at home.
Lefties are very creative people.
Oh, I thought you were leaving it open then for us all to chip in. Pauline is... Finish the sentence. No, absolutely. Well, Charlie's whole family, apart from one of his sisters, are all left-handed. His mum and dad and him and his twin, they're all left-handed.
Now, one of my granddaughters, Neve, she's very creative, and she's left-handed.
She?
Yeah. Creative she's only just getting in, but she's at university now, and she's doing graphic design. Mm-hmm. And she told me the other day she actually wants to design album covers.
Oh, nice.
Which I thought was nice. But she's just
Fun fact, actually, Tula Pink, who we all know and love as a fabric designer, that was her first job designing album covers, I think for EMI.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She worked on loads of different rock album covers.
Because there was a bit of a slump, wasn't there, in albums? But now they're really, a big deal again.
Well, Charlie and I were in Leeds at the weekend renewing my passport, and we went into HMV. I didn't think they still existed.
Yeah.
And it was rammed. It was absolutely rammed. And I said to Charlie, well, this is where all the cool kids come on a Saturday.
Yeah. There we go, almost there. Now, and what happens, because you've got the Bonder web on the back, it gives it more substance for cutting. Mm-hmm. Don't cut it out first, and then try and put Bonder web on, because you'll be, what a mess.
Yeah.
That would be a real mess.
What a mess.
Right. Right, so now what we do, I haven't got a pin, so we get our circle or square, whatever your heart desires, and we just score the back carefully, and we take off that one, and we take off that one. Comes off really easily. Just peel off, and you'll know if there's any left on, because you'll see it. So you've got this. So now, anywhere on your circle, and you can pop that on. So if you think, well, I want to go with it sort of half away, so you've got more, or you could bring it out further, like so. Mm-hmm. I quite like that one there. Okay?
Love it.
And then we can put our cover back on.
Do you want that ironing into place?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me get my goddess sheet. Will you just show the cushion again, Pauline?
I will.
Because this is what you made using the panel, isn't it?
Yes, this is it.
Talk me through your process.
Well, I did exactly the same of that. But when I put one on, if you can put one there, you can put another one up here. As long as they're not overlapping, you can put them on and sew them. Anything that's overlapping, you've got to do them all individually.
Right.
Okay? But
Yes.
I love this, and I love, as I say, I've got my cushion's a bit big, so it's popping out at the back a little bit.
Plumptious.
Yes, yeah. But I am so happy with it. And also, it's not so much raised, but you can feel a little bit of texture on there. So when we've got that, Stuart, okay, scared now. Right. So you would do the same. Right, okay.
So, stitching-wise, you're using a straight stitch.
Yeah. Now, what I did as well on mine, which you can do, but because you're sort of going through two fabrics, it's not so important, but I did use a bit of wadding on mine.
Wadding on the back?
Yes, yeah. Haven't got any with me, so, but you're going through two, so it's not so bad. Because I thought you might tell me I'm doing it wrong. But I did put wadding on that one.
You know, I would applique like that, straight fabric to fabric.
Yeah, okay. So, firstly, I'm going to just up my stitch to 3, because it's a little tiny bit bigger. I've threaded up. I've got this beautiful bronze in there, and I've got some orange in the bottom, and I'm going to line up, and then what I'm going to do is put that where I think, and then by hand drop the needle so I know it's where I want it. Now, foot pedal, standing up. We've all got to learn. So here we go. So make sure, now this is on full speed, so I'm coming down, and you can take it as slow as you want. Yeah. Okay? And it's not a walking foot, no feed dogs, dropped
No.
or anything. This is straightforward stitching.
Yeah.
If you want to do a fancy stitch, you can, but there's a lot going on. And because some of it will be covered up, it seems a little of a waste of time.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
So, okay, no, that's a bit slow even for me. So we'll up it a little bit, but I'm coming down, but you've got to make sure that you touch, right? Lift up, turn round, and we'll do the next bit, which is a tiny bit.
Really, really close to the edge.
Yes. Yeah, just to secure it.
And I suppose the thing is, with something like this, it doesn't matter if you're going off the edge, if you extend your line further than the petal.
As long as there's enough stitch down that it's... Do you know what, though? Even if little bits lift, it gives it a little bit of texture.
It does,
A little bit of feel.
absolutely.
So don't beat yourself up about it.
I
And then
agree.
turn again.
Well, the other thing you could do with this, you could get in there with things like your Santangle pen, draw some leaves, some tendrils, colour them in, or applique them. You could add swirls, you could add embellishments.
A little bit
Now remember,
faster.
this is one serving suggestion using the kit, but I made a bag instead. I made a bag. And
it's a very lovely bag.
This.
Look at this, I can talk at the same time.
Hey, welcome to our world. But I'll
You
show
don't know how scared I've been of doing this.
Ah, you're fine now. Listen, I'll show you what you get. You get your printed panel, first of all, featuring Pauline Wheeler's original artwork. You've got 16 sunflowers. Now, Pauline Bond-Webbed and cut these out and used them as appliques. I cut this fabric into strips and actually used this to create the top band. I sewed it to a wider band for the bottom, fused that. This was just 12.5 inches wide by 10.5 inches deep. I did 2 panels the same, quilted them with Bose Linar form. There's foam inside there. And then I boxed out the corners at 1.5 inches, and there's my basic bag. I used more of the coordinating fabric, all included, to create the bag handles. That was just a 4-inch wide strip, which I folded in and in half again and top stitched. I didn't even need to add interfacing to that. You've also got some Bond-Web in there. You've got your cream, beautiful bee print from Lewis and Irene for the background. All of that for $24.49.
Does this make me a professional now I've sewn on
I
sewing
think
straight?
so. I think so.
We'll soon know if ever I don't get asked back. I am taking it carefully because the last thing you want to do is muck it up on
Yeah, enjoy the
on
process.
air. But there's no need to rush. You know, just whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
As I say, the choice and colour of thread will make a difference to what how you want it to look.
Yeah.
But yes, I do think some French knots in the centre there would be really lovely. It will give you a lovely feel to it. I say I'm getting as close to the edge. If you don't, do you know my first free motion, not appliqued flowers, I did, what do you call it, like scrappy,
Yeah.
when I went round 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
And I like that effect. This, yeah, you could do, it just seems a lot more effort. Right, we're nearly there.
Yeah, we are.
We are
If
nearly
you
there.
wanted to, you could put your darning foot on, drop your feed dogs,
Yep.
and you could free motion stitch around if you're a little bit more confident with free motion stitching, and do a sort of Janet Clare style free motion applique.
Yeah.
And she goes round 2 or 3
She
times.
does, yeah. I have to say, I was taught 2 things. One, at it was a workshop at Leicestershire Craft Centre with Catherine.
Oh, with Catherine, yeah.
And taught by the lovely Kerry, Living in Loveliness.
Yes,
So I was taught by good people.
absolutely. Taught by the best.
Yeah. And I had a lovely day. And I made a fabulous cushion, which is on my bed. I love it that
Brilliant.
much. So here we go. We've got one more to do, and we are done. Now, Stuart might suggest like the finishing off by threading a needle and put in the, no, just cut in.
No, I would just stitch forward and back and trim my threads
Yeah.
off. But you could, absolutely, you're right, you
Yeah.
could pull the threads through to the back.
Don't look close, Mother.
I'm just going to nip the threads off. I think that looks fab. Pauline, you've just done your first Sewing on Air, Sewing Street demo. I think that's a high five. Very well done. That is gorgeous. Look at that.
I'm really quite proud of myself now.
I think you are.
I've had nightmares all last night.
Oh, you see,
Because I didn't think I was going to stitch.
you could
you
even
said
just
yes,
do
you
a
are.
partial circle.
Yes, you
and
could do like a
embroider
half
little
moon.
yeah.
Anything you want. I really
eclipse.
didn't want to say, this is what it is. This is how you do it.
Right.
It totally unique to you.
Yeah, totally agree with you. So for 24.49, you get your panel with your sunflowers and your coordinating fabric. You get your Lewis and Irene cream bee fabric. You get your Bonder web as well. Loads of inspiration there. 24.49. Right, we have got some panels on their own, Pauline.
We have.
We've got the pink, black and white and sunflower. Let me grab those. We've got the pink first of all.
Let me clear up my mess.
I want to check. It's this one here. Right,
Yes.
Pauline.
Okie
This
dokie.
one. We're in single figures.
Oh, crikey.
We've got single figures. Would you mind grabbing that
Yep,
side?
there we
Thank you.
go.
So you've got your 2 wreath style. You've got your strip of 6. You've also got your coordinating fabric on the side there. And the price is crashing. $15.99. That is fabulous value. That is fabulous value.
And say, I'm so happy with the quality.
Yeah.
It is 100% cotton. It's a beautiful finish on it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
so vibrant.
Yes. Yeah.
That gorgeous hot pink. Love the idea as well, because we have got the stamps, and you're going to show us some
Yes,
stamping in
we
a minute,
are.
aren't you?
Yeah.
I love the fact that you've got this as your base, but if you wanted to add some extra elements,
Absolutely.
You could.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You could.
Yeah.
Love that. So this is our
Or even with
first
just
panel.
the Santangle pen.
Yeah.
Because the Santangle pen, we've got an offer in with one, but the Santangle pen, you can add extra, whether it be dots, whether it be a squiggle, whether it be extra leaves or whatever. You've got the opportunity. The Santangle pen will let you do that.
You can customise.
But again, the stamps, it could be that you just stamp the more flower heads.
Yeah,
You know,
lovely.
it really is up to you.
So you get all of those printed elements, but then you're also getting your coordinating fabric. So if you want to make this up into a bag or a cushion or a couple of cushions, you've got that extra fabric there. Here, Pauline's used those fabrics to create this gorgeous cushion, framing one design using the coordinate and then also using that coordinate to create her envelope
First thing
bag.
again, I've got to get the right size cushions instead of
I love a plumptious cushion.
stuffing in what I got.
Now, next up, we have got, Pauline, the black and
The
white
black and white
panel.
version,
I think this
yeah.
is going to be very popular, so please be quick with your checkouts.
I absolutely love this. I'm so glad I did this. And also, there's no right or wrong way up with this. It can be top to bottom. It can be side to side. You know, you're not limited again.
No, and again, you've got
This
those
is
two
you know,
big
do
designs.
your own colours.
You've got your 2 big designs. You've got your strip across the bottom or across the top as well with your flowers. Then you've got your large scale all over print.
Yeah.
Which again, I think is just crying out for colouring, embellishing, embroidering.
Absolutely, you've got such space. And if you blend colours, like we'll show you how to blend colours. And it really is easy. It's not difficult at all.
No, you could even, if you wanted to, you could use your darning foot and free motion quilt and you could stitch back and forth to colour with thread. You could colour in with thread.
Yeah, can I show you
Please.
another? No, this
Be
is
careful though, single figures, low single figures on
Right.
this. price drops to £15.99.
Yeah, so this was done with the stamps, not the panel, but this gives you another option.
Yep.
Right? So all I did here was I stamped onto different coloured fabrics and I cut them out and free motioned round. So this is, and this, I didn't do a stem, I just did free motion stitching. Again, several rows, looks much better. And then I just appliqued those on and all round.
Yeah,
just
that's
something.
really pretty.
I mean, obviously that was like stamped and cut out, but you can do it with those as well. If you're not interested in doing the stamping, you can cut those out, colour them, and do the same kind of thing.
Yeah, that's really cute.
I like all the
Really
different green patterns.
Yeah, I love it. And I love how you've appliqued them too.
Yeah, real shabby chic kind of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
£15.99.
Covers a multitude of mistakes.
That's for that panel. And then we've also got the sunflower panel. Have you got that, Pauline, or is it this one? Is it this on its own, or is it the
I
coordinating
think I've got
fabric?
it here.
I've got that one. It's this one here.
That's it.
Yes. So we've also got the sunflower. Now this is the coordinating fabric. This is what I use for the bottom of the bag, bottom of my bag. Or if you wanted to do something larger, if you've got the printed panel. So we don't have the, I suppose we do, I've shown, well, we've got the kit, haven't we, with
Yes.
the individual sunflowers.
Yeah.
But we don't have that panel on its own,
Don't we?
or do we?
I thought we did. I thought
Can we
did.
just check, Ben, is this the panel, or is the
This
panel?
is the half metre
yeah,
panel.
Yeah, no,
not the
Right,
not
okay.
the design panel.
that's the only one we've got. Okay, fine. All right then, that's £15.99. This is the web image. Yeah.
Yes, because it's a cushion kit.
Yeah.
We've only got that
As
the
that,
kit.
Understood.
I'm with you now. Oh, it's very confusing. It seemed a good idea to do all the different ones at the time.
I love it.
Yes, the other one, the panel is the kit.
Yes, got you.
So you get everything. This is just the extra.
So if you wanted more fabric to go with your cushion kit, for example, then grab this as well. If you love this design as it is, again, you can grab this. This is a ½ metre piece. Now, if you multi-buy on this, it will come as individual ½ metres.
Yes.
Individual panels rather than joined together. Just be aware. I've got low single figures of this one, of everything. Right, let's do the stamp set, bundle 1, please, Pauline.
Okie dokie.
So this is with the MDF.
Right, so you've got them over there.
I have them here.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is stamp set number 1.
Right, so let's take it out, shall we?
Yes.
So, okay, so this is free gift.
The price on this is amazing. Let's go straight in with our price. It should be £12.99. You're basically paying just for the stamp.
Can I just say,
£9.99.
while stocks last,
Yeah,
it's limited,
very limited.
right?
actually.
Because I had no more.
So
Right,
you get your 2 stamps in there. I'm just going to open this up so we can see what's inside. So,
yeah, they're bigger than what's on the front.
yeah, so you've got your, so you put these onto like
Yes,
Perspex,
an acrylic
an
block
acrylic block, yeah. Okay.
coming up with a different kit.
Yes, we've got one of those. coming
Okay.
up. So you've got our 2 stamps.
Yes. Now, if you look, if I just have that,
Yep.
so you'll get 3 MDF flowers.
Just leave it on the
which-
flat. that's it.
Which are, you'll either get that flower or you'll get that flower, okay? And as you can see, just make sure it's the right way round before you stamp it. It fits on there, and the other one, I've got the wrong flower.
So
Okay.
those are at random. You'll either get this flower in the MDF
Or the other
this
flower.
flower.
And you're getting 3 notebooks. Now, Stuart showed you earlier, the mini notebooks, you could attach them
really
together
cute. Haven't
and
you
put
opened
them
this up?
in a, it could be for your little sewing notes.
So that's really cute. So you get
Yeah.
you get 3 notebooks.
3 notebooks, because you've got 3 flowers.
And this fits perfectly.
Perfectly, yeah.
So
They were-
you could
they were
stamp directly
special
on
design.
there, but you've also got your 3 MDF
Yes.
shapes. These pop out.
Yeah, yeah,
That's so
quite
cute.
easily. And that one I put on a card. And that one I used on a bigger notebook that I got. And happiness is sewing.
Well, you tell me.
At the
Loads of
moment,
you coming
it's
through
doing
for this.
fabric.
Over half my stock's gone already.
Wow. So, yeah, so this is a present from me to you for being so lovely.
Because basically, what you're paying for there
stamps.
are the stamps. You're getting the notebooks and the MDF shapes for free.
Yeah.
$9.99. That's absolutely fabulous. Happy birthday, us.
Yeah,
Love that.
like sharing is caring.
I've literally got single figures left of this. Ben, how many in baskets? Oh, my goodness me, way oversubscribed, way oversubscribed. I've got single figures left on this. You get your 2 stamps, really gorgeous size those. And remember as well, using the right ink, you can print onto fabric, can't you?
Shall we go on to the next kit?
Let's.
Right, because this is a special offer again. Okay, so if you've not done it before, on this one, you're getting your stamps again, right? So when I came on previously with fabrics, I did ink with the stamps and whatever, so you might already have some. On this one, you're getting, now this, if it's frosted, you need to peel, I can't, look, Showbiz nails.
Yep.
But you peel it off,
Yep.
and it's got my name on,
Love
Pauline
that.
Wheeler Designs, okay?
So that fits your...
perfect, yeah.
Great.
You're going to get a VersaCraft ink pad, which is perfect for fabric,
Great.
waterproof, no run.
Now, you're going to show us how to
30
stamp,
or
aren't
40,
you?
yeah, 30 or 40 degrees wash, fine.
Brilliant.
If you make a mistake, and I'm going to try and make a mistake so I can show you.
I never have any trouble doing that.
Well, with stamping, we do.
Sure.
And especially if you're a newbie to it. Here is a Santangle pen. Now, this is why I only buy the best. I only give you the best. Santangle, again, it's waterproof. It will stay. But it means that on fabric, you see, on paper, what happens is we can restamp. We can, sort of line up carefully. Fabric moves.
Yeah.
But what I suggest is if you are doing on fabric, which I will show you can always use masking tape and tape it down.
Again, we've got very low single figures. I'm going to get Pauline to show us how to use this stamp set. Can you show us how to do the stamping?
So if you miss a bit, you've got a pen to fill in the gaps or add any more. Okay, so again, limited numbers.
Yeah, very, very limited.
Okay, and that's, you're getting the set at a special price.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay.
Low single figures. Will you show us how to do that?
I
please?
will.
Fab.
Shall I just heave everything over to you?
Pass all that over to me. That's no bother.
Okay, right. Okay. So let's get. What I'm going to do. Do you know anything? I don't know whether I bought any plain fabric, so I'm going to. Let's do it on.
I've got calico. I've got 1/2 metre of calico. Would you like some of that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, I'm going to need a little bit of clearing on my desk
We got this.
in a minute because I'm getting a bit piled up here.
Got that much stuff.
There we go, my love. There.
Lovely, thank you. I'm sure they won't mind me stamping in a corner. Okay, so then we want our acrylic block, which is still in my bag somewhere. Here it is. Now you can see messy, look, inky. Don't keep anything clean. Okay, we're going to take this one.
We've got details on the screen for our quilters pre-shrunk calico. Now this is 60 inches wide,
Fabulous
so you get
for
a
stamping
huge
on.
amount of value. It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, fabulous for stamping on. Right, now, okay, I'm going to put it on here so you can see. Okay, so when you take it off, it's a little bit loose and floppy. What you need to do is make sure there's no air bubbles, so place it down, let it drop, and it's fine. Let's get the ink pad, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is if we've got an edge, does it matter, Stuart?
No. Yeah, that's the edge.
Okay, oh, there we're fine, okay. Right, so we'll want to, wherever we want to line our stamp up, and then we're going to take our ink pad and we're going to tap, okay? Now, by tap, if I go in and go like this,
Yeah.
it's going to go all in my nooks and crannies.
Don't want
and
that,
we don't want
Pauline.
that.
I'm presuming we don't want that.
No, we don't want that. So several times lightly is better than one heavy mess. Okay?
A bit like painting your nails.
Yes.
3 thin
Oh,
coats.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, if any goes on your acrylic block, don't worry about it because this will be higher, so it shouldn't touch.
Right.
Okay. Now, there's nothing worse than trying to vertically stamp. So we turn our fabric so that we can hold our stamp like so. And then we place it down. And because it's fabric, we give it a moment. We always keep one hand on it. We never take both hands off because if you go to put your hands back on, it can
It'll
slip.
move.
Yeah. And double image, you know,
this is
it's
the
not
look we're going
it's not
for.
good. Okay. So I'm going to in a minute do it wrong so I can show you how to correct it.
Or it could be this time.
It
who
could be
knows?
this time. No, no. Let's face
I've got
it.
my pen ready,
Yeah,
Pauline.
it's like, yeah. Okay, and then we're going to lift that up. Now
look
we
at
have
that.
now. Do you know because there's a fold in
Yep,
there,
yep.
a crease. That's why that.
Yep.
So then, with our pen, there we go.
I
we
like
can
that,
then-
Pauline. I wouldn't be changing that. I'd be keeping that. But
Yeah,
I know
well,
you keep going.
personal choice,
Yep.
isn't it? So we can see here. We want to tidy up our line around those circles. That's making a mistake saves me doing it again. And then you see we can just fill in anything missing from there. Don't go in. You can always go back in, so don't go in heavy. Like Stuart said with your nails, several times lightly is better. So you can see. So if you're thinking, I can't stamp on fabric, you can. Do on a bit of calico, on a bit of scrap. Okay?
Absolutely. I love that, Pauline, so
Fabulous,
much.
isn't it?
What
So-
I'm thinking is I want to do a border where you've got one up, one down, one up, one down.
Love that, yeah.
Love this.
Yeah,
Love
absolutely.
this.
Right, so,
I've got my Derwent Inktense pencils ready, Pauline.
have you?
I
Right, okay, I'm
love
just grabbing
these.
mine.
I bought myself a set of Inktense pencils.
Now, I'm really sorry, but I'm beating you here. I've got my bigger one.
I'm really sorry. Mine's double that
Ah!
size at
Yeah,
home.
but
we've got
I've got
these
another set under there of extras.
24 in the pack. These are absolutely
Yeah,
gorgeous.
I swear by these. They are the... What happens with these is you think it's not going to be very good.
Yeah, it doesn't look very bright when you're laying it
And
down
then-
until
and
you add
then
the
all of a
water
sudden-
or whatever.
Well, you can add water, but I don't, especially on fabric. I use, and I know Sewing Street have it because I bought it from there, fabric medium.
Fabric medium. You can use aloe vera gel. You can use...
Yes, you can.
Water, though, I think works really, really well, and especially on calico, it works extremely well.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is the set
Textile
of
medium.
24 Inktense pencils. Now, I know it's a little bit of an investment,
Gosh, it's
but...
so worth it.
And they love. I mean, I've been using mine now for about 2 years, and I don't think I've even sharpened.
Well, if I put
them.
mine down to the bottom,
Yep.
you can see how much is gone out of mine
Yep.
from the tops. Hardly anything.
Yeah.
There's one green there that
How
I
long have
like
you been
more than
using
anything.
these?
Since forever. Because not only on fabric,
Forever?
they work on card and paper and
Yeah.
everything as well. So I've had them some time.
It's a set of 12.
Lovely, lovely colour.
They are gorgeous, and you can
No,
blend them.
20
you can mix
24.
them. 24. You can blend and mix them, can't you?
Yep, absolutely. And that's what I want to try and show.
Show us how to use them.
Okay, right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a yellow, okay, and in this circle, and it really is, it's just like scribbling, okay? And I'm going to lay down yellow on there. Okay, it's not going to stay yellow. So we've just got a light covering of yellow. And then I'm going to go with this colour here. And we're going to just bring in, again, don't worry if it looks a bit scratchy.
It does look a bit scratchy, Pauline.
It does, doesn't it, Stuart?
No offence.
Okay. But don't worry about that. So, but if nobody tells you that, you think, well, this isn't very good.
I know, yeah.
Right? And then we're going to come around this side a little bit.
Yeah.
I would also just give my ink time to dry a little bit more, but, you know, time restrictions and all that.
Sure.
Right, and I'm going to come round, but I'm going to leave a little gap. And you've got, I think you've got a white in that one.
Let's have a look. I believe we do. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, there is a white
So-
in this set of 24. Pauline, by the way, while you're showing off about having your tin of 36, can I just say we also have the tin of 36. Check this out. There we go. $85.99. You get the tin of 36.
If your budget allows, go for it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't,
24 is
24
great.
is fine.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just going to put a little bit of white in there, and then I'm going to go back with this colour. And then before I do anything else, I'm going back with my yellow and just blending those two together. Okay. It's all about layering, as Stuart said. We've got that little bit of white there, and then we'll go in with, oh, this is a nice colour, this one. Okay. The colour is written on it, and this is chili red.
Ooh.
Now I'm going to go right in the edge.
Now that's strange.
Because
isn't it?
that gives
I always
you-
think of red as being a warm colour,
Yeah.
but that's a chilly red.
No, chili as in, chili red. God, it gets, oh, dear me. Oh,
We love our Auntie Pauline.
oh, they get me going, they really do. Okay, so we're going to bring that in. We can go then back to the colour that we used underneath and just blend. But again, it's just colouring, but just wait.
It's like
Okay.
the Eye of Sauron.
It is, isn't it?
it?
Yeah. So you can see I'm just stroking around. Nothing that nobody else could do. Little bit of
Well, you
yellow
say that,
again.
Pauline, but every time I do colouring, and I say, "Is this all right?" and like everyone will go,
I love that.
okay.
I love that.
"Right, yeah."
Okay, right.
It's like it's not really, is it? It's not how you would have done it.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a paintbrush, and I like to use a smallish one,
Yep.
depending on the area. If I'm going in with the leaves, I might go with a very small one. We'll do the leaves in a minute. Okay, so I just want to start off this. So what I like to do is just put a little bit in the
Yep.
cap. Okay. It lasts forever. This is my first bottle and I'm still using it. So I'm going to just put the tiniest bit. Again, you can add more. You can see that's hardly tipped in a little bit there. Okay. And then watch this pop. Watch the colour.
Yeah,
Can you see?
yeah.
Look at that.
It sort of liquefies.
Oh my
doesn't
word, it is just amazing. Now I've added no more.
Ooh, it's like a jewel.
Yeah, just a tiny, tiny bit for this edge here. Okay, and then you can bring it in a little bit, and then you've got
Yeah.
that's a bit too big for me. I would take that down. But as soon as that's sort of nearly dry, I can go back it or even.
Yeah, you can work wet on dry,
Yeah, yeah.
dry on dry, dry on
Yeah,
wet.
but you can use water, but I think
Yep.
with fabric, I don't want to soak it with too much water.
Sure, sure.
So the fabric.
Put the graphics for the
fabric
textile medium.
Textile medium.
$5.99.
Okay.
It is absolutely brilliant.
I'm taking
stuff.
that down a little bit, just there. But you can say even with that on, they blend anyway. And then we'll just pop that down there. And then we'll go with, because we can blend with the greens as well. So I like to, you can see lime green is my favourite colour. So let's go for one of the big ones here. So again, I'm just going to fill in. And you can see how the colour, it doesn't take away from the printing. Okay, and then let's go for something a bit darker. I should have sharpened some of these. I'd rather work with a point, so I do sharpen. But what you can do as well, your sharpenings, or if you do it with a knife, put them in, add a bit of textile medium, you've got like a paint.
Few
So-
messages for you, Pauline.
yeah.
Kate's messaged in from Merseyside. She says,
Okay.
my artist hubby loves these pencils. They are an investment,
They
but the
are.
pigment depth is exceptional and they last and stay true.
Yeah, it's lovely when someone else is out. So we can stand here and sell the things, but people who have actually got
Oh, yeah, but
them-
I've also spent my own money
Money
on
on- yeah,
a set
yeah,
because
me
they are
too.
brilliant, absolutely. Another message from Julie in East Riding. She says, I bought
Hi,
some
Julie.
of these and have had them for a couple of years now. The colours are amazing and well worth the cost.
Yes,
Julie.
they are. It is an
Steph's also
investment,
messaged in on Facebook. She says, I know Pauline, she's a crafter. I've seen on other channels making cards. Hi, Pauline.
Hi.
Yes, indeed. You will have seen Pauline on Hobby Maker.
Yeah.
So you've added a bit
Back
of
on
depth
Sunday.
around the edge. Oh, are you?
Yeah, for hunky dory. Yeah. So you can clean off your brush. That's what black trousers are for.
Absolutely right.
Okay. I don't have time for cleaning. Right, tiny bit again. You can always add more, you can always go in, but the colour then pops
Ooh.
and you've got, so you can imagine how long this lasts you. And then we have
Gorgeous.
blended
That's
colour.
gorgeous.
And it is that easy.
Yeah.
It is that easy. Even if you wanted to do the circles, we could go for something a bit more purpley.
I was thinking pink or purple. Pink.
Yeah.
Pink.
Pink.
Pink to make the bottom pink.
I think
See,
I've got.
you hear?
I need my I need my other set for
I
pink.
think I'll do purple.
So hang on, what's this one? Hang on, fuchsia.
Fuchsia, that'll do me.
Okay.
That'll do nicely.
So even with this, you see, we can go in. It doesn't look like I've done much.
No. Actually, can I say what I did with my Inktense pencil straight away was I got some calico and I did all of the colours
Yeah.
dry, then did the colours again, and then I wrote the name, and then I added fabric
Yeah,
medium
yeah.
to the second set.
And you
so
will
I could
get-
see the colour it went on
Yeah.
and the colour it turned.
And you will get a different on calico to white as well. I tell you what I do like stamping on. The white on white fabric with the print because the design comes through.
Yes, it does.
Because it sort of is like a resist.
Yeah.
And it looks amazing.
I
So
just need to let you know we are quite limited with these Inktense pencils. We have put the set of 24 in the tin. That's this set here on screen. 2 split pays.
there we go.
So $55.99, and they just last and last and
Yeah.
last. Amazing. They shouldn't really be on split pay, but we've put them on split pay just to spread the cost if you would like to. Beck says, morning both. I iron freezer paper to the back of my fabric to stabilise it for stamping. I think that's
Yeah.
a good call.
Yeah.
It's also good if you're drawing on fabric. Love your designs and a big happy birthday,
Thank
Pauline.
you. Right, so now if you wanted to add colour in here, again, just random strokes. You can go in with a bigger brush this time, if you so wish. And again, some nice fabric medium. And then we're just going to add,
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a watercolour
it
effect
is,
now, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, because there's no start and there's no finish. So we're just going to just pull that colour
Oh, I love that.
out, and it makes it just pops. It's lovely, isn't it? You
We
see, I could
really
sit
want
and
you
do
to
this.
try these Inktense pencils. So you may have just noticed that Ben has just been very naughty and upped the split pays from 2 split pays to
Fantastic.
3.
Thank you,
That
Ben.
means you only need to spend £18.66 to get the tin of 24 home. Ben, can you also do that with the set of 36? Go on. Go on. You'd do it for Pauline, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
They're professional
Love that.
artist pencils, aren't they?
yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Something I will mention is that you do be careful because I've done it so I can show you. It can go through, okay? So have something underneath. If you've got just a square, then I would use masking tape to tape it down, especially when you're stamping, so that you know it's not going anywhere.
Well, I love Bex's tip about ironing freezer paper to the back, and that would also deal with any transfer.
Yes, it would, but it wouldn't stop it moving.
No.
So
No.
belt and braces.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see it has that bit there where it's stronger has gone through. Okay, but yeah,
Looks fab.
I could just carry on colouring. I love it.
Now, before you go any further, actually, we do have another stamp set.
yes.
Let's show you that. So these are
Totally on its own.
stamps on their own. So if you already have some ink,
Yeah. So we're using VersaCraft for this one. What you would do if you're stamping on cardstock, you would use, I mean, you can stamp with this, but it's a waste because you want this for your fabric. So I would use something like VersaFine or VersaFine Clair. It's a waterproof ink that dries quickly, and in car terms, it's the Rolls Royce, it's the Lamborghini, it's
Lovely.
It's the best ink, and especially because for fine detail, it is perfect. Now, if you've got the MDF, you can use this ink on that because it's a
like
VersaCraft,
card, yeah.
But you wouldn't use this. You wouldn't use VersaFine on fabric because you can't wash it.
Got you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So horses for courses, the right ink for the job.
I suppose if you were going to use it as an embroidery, like printing and then to embroider,
If
the
you
fact
weren't
that it
gonna
washes
wash it-
away might actually work. Because then it's out the fabric.
No, but it might run rather
might it?
than wash away.
Okay, understood.
I've not tried it because I don't need to, because I've bought the purpose-built
Yeah.
ink for the job.
Yeah, these are absolutely flying out. This is the stamp set on its own. So $9.99, you get your sunflower and you get your tulip.
I love it.
Absolutely gorgeous, yeah.
You know, I've got a nail polish. My friend does my nails, and it's called "Kiss Me on My Two Lips."
I love that. Kiss me on my tulips. Very cute.
One of my
Very
favourites.
cute. Love it. It's gorgeous.
I've just looked at the time, and I can't believe.
I know where the
where
time
it's gone.
goes. Calm down now.
Yeah, I have
All right
actually.
now.
Yeah, because I'm crafting.
I know. Well, this is
Because
it.
I'm doing
Yeah.
scary moments on the machine. Okay, but I did
Beautiful.
it.
I thought it was a beautiful moment on the machine.
Face my fear.
Exactly. Feel the fear and do it anyway, Pauline. That's what we do.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, since we put the big pack of pencils, this is the 36 Inktense, they are now the most popular. You're making the most of it. So, $85.99, this is for your set of 36. Can we just borrow
Yes, we
your
can.
set
Yeah.
for a second? So these are the colours you get. We've put 3 split pays on this, which means that your split pay,
Look, have a piece of masking tape travel with you.
your split pay, oh, excuse me, is £28.66 to get these home. Now, I just need to let you know that all of my stock is in baskets all checked out. There is still time to check out your basket. There's still time to put a set in your basket if you check it out straight away.
You know what it means to me? That they're going to give this a go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that to me is, just wonderful.
Yeah, it is wonderful. I've been using my Inktense pencils. I absolutely love it. I have got teens left now,
can't
and there's
rate
over
them highly
70 of you with it in your basket. £28.66 to get this set of pencils home. And you can literally...
You can colour on, if you've got the stamps with the MDF, you can colour with them on the MDF as well, that's fine.
Yeah. They are really cool. Lots and lots of videos online as well for how to use them.
Yeah.
There's a brilliant quilter, surname Godden. Will you just look her up for me, please, Ben? I can't remember her first name for the life of me. Somebody Godden. She's an Australian quilter, and she uses Inktense pencils in her quilts. And what she does is, Helen Godden, thank you, Helen Godden. And she actually uses Inktense pencils on unwashed calico. It's very important that it's unwashed calico with the sizing in. She then uses plain water to blend the colours. They do not bleed on unwashed calico. And then she goes in and she free motion quilts. And her work is incredible. If you can do a quick Pinterest search, Ben, just to show Helen Godden's quilts using Inktense pencils. Get these while you can. I've got teens of them. Look at this, look at this. This is just Inktense pencil on calico, and then she goes in with stitching and free motions back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to create the texture. Look at that.
Well, going again about the placemat under here. We can see, so this is my colouring with these pencils, and you can see how it blended beautifully. You can get some stunning results. You really can.
It's amazing. They're so bright and intense, as the name suggests.
And you can see as well the difference on a calico to a white.
Yes.
So you are going to get a different effect, different colourways, and it all works beautifully.
Yeah.
And there's your pencils.
Grab the last few sets of pencils while you can. Both the set of 36, 28.66 is your first split pay, and then your set of 24, first split pay is £18.66 to get the tin home and get colouring. It's absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. You've really inspired us with your mix and match approach, Pauline.
Thank you. It's I love doing this, and I thought you can't keep these things to yourself. You've got to share.
Absolutely. We're glad you did.
So I'm glad you've enjoyed the fabrics.
Have you enjoyed your first morning of sewing on Sewing Street?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Can't wait for lunch.
No.
Well done. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Right, we're going to go to a break now. Check out your baskets in the break. When we come back, Cara Ackerman's going to be back with more inspiring stitching, Sashiko, and an amazing stitch and flip quilt as you go technique you are going to love. See you after this. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Oh, I've got a lovely hour for you now. We have got fabulous, fabulous projects from Cara Ackerman, from Mia Caro. I love it, I love it. Oh, it's been absolutely flying out. I'm totally in. Cara, I'm just going to say it. Sometimes there are projects where I look and I think, oh, I wish I'd made that. I wish I'd designed that. This is one of them. I think this is just really beautiful. And I used this word for Cara's earlier, but it's classy, isn't it? It's really classy and special and high-end.
I'm so glad you say classy instead of classy.
Classy.
Everybody, I live in the Midlands now and I still say classy. And everybody goes, do you mean classy?
I mean, it's, in fairness, it's both. It's both. And also as well, you get your full instructions, and I've got kits to make a cushion as well. And what a beautiful surface to then go in, if you want, and add Sashiko and embroidery and stitching. I mean, that dark pink thread, creating those stars on that lighter pink. I'll show you on here what I mean, here on the cushion. I think this here, absolutely beautiful, just adding that extra texture. This little bit here as well. And then on the bag, this stitch is this is so gorgeous, and it just brings an extra dimension to this project. I think it's absolutely superb. Now, this is going to be a busy hour, so I'm going to give you fair crack at the whip by saying anything you want in this hour, get it in your basket and get it checked out really quickly, please, so that you do not miss out, because I'm looking at my scoreboard and I am seeing low quantities on everything. I don't want you to miss out. It's a beautiful hour. Be quick. Right, I'm going to jump straight in then. I've got a gorgeous bundle. This is as most like Cara's original. This is linen look fabric. You've got the most fabulous selection. Now, you've got 6 different fat quarters of these linen look fabrics. Look at that gorgeous robin egg and duck egg blue, that charcoal grey, there's black. You also get a 1/2 metre of fabric. This is to maybe line a bag or back a cushion. So you've certainly got enough fabric there to make the bag, outer bag, and the front of the cushion enough lining to do one or the other.
Yeah,
is that right?
Just extra lining if you want to do both projects.
Yeah.
But I will show you how much of the fabric from the fat quarters you get.
Brill.
Is
So I suppose if you
huge.
do like a pieced backing for your cushion,
Yes.
you probably, so mix and match, but certainly enough lining fabric for a bag or a cushion. But look at all those beautiful linen look fabrics. Now you're also getting the pattern as well, which is for the bag and the cushion. And Cara, this is a stitch and flip technique.
Well, I don't know where the ideas come from, but I know I look on Instagram, I look on Pinterest and different things like that. And some things sort of grab your attention. You think,
Really?
like inspiration.
Yes.
And I thought, I love that effect. What is it?
Yes.
And, you know, I'm not as experienced as some people in this room are with quilting and things like that. And I found something called this stitch and flip method.
Yeah.
So once I found stitch and flip, I thought, right, do some research. So I did some research, saw what people were using it for, and I thought, I'd love to have a go at doing that. But I thought, I'm sure it's known as something else, and you very kindly enlightened me this morning.
Well, it's a foundation piecing technique.
Yeah.
But of course, a lot of us think of foundation piecing as paper foundation piecing. And this is simply sewing your fabrics to, it could be a fabric foundation like calico, or you're using a wadding or an H640.
Yes. So I thought, all right, okay, that makes sense. Absolute sense. But I like the stitch and flip.
Me too. And also as well, you're effectively quilting and piecing at the same time.
Yes.
Love
So
a 2
it's
for
like,
1.
well, like quilt as you go. So
Perfect.
Very
Absolutely
strange.
perfect. It's a brilliant technique. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Cara's version that she's just working on there,
sorry.
that is using the linen look. Did you spot as well, while I was flicking through the pattern, just how many different Sashiko templates you get? All these different ideas for Sashiko stitching that you can include on your cushion, on your bag. You can use as many or as few as you want to. I know, that's how shocked I was too, at the value in this pattern. Levi, are you okay? Excellent. I mean, I said about your pattern earlier on was amazing value. This is equally amazing value. 2 projects, all these embroidery techniques. Sashiko is a type of embroidery, type of mending really, isn't it?
It is, yes. So again, I wanted to sort of incorporate, so like the first project that I did was embroidery, and I love Sashiko, but I wanted to sort of take a different dimension, a different sort of element to it.
Yep.
So combining the two, I thought, oh yeah, I like this.
And
it's
I
fun.
absolutely love the fact that you've just used it on selective patching. I mean, that's with some Sashiko, 4 panels, 5 panels with Sashiko. But look, on the other side, you don't have to do any Sashiko at all if you don't want to. You can use the stitch and flip technique. This is really kind of like an improv piecing or a liberated piecing.
Yes.
Very freeing.
I'm usually a very precise person, so to do something like this was quite liberating.
Wild.
Yeah, it was like, oh, all right, yeah.
Cara went wild.
That's not a good sight.
I think it's absolutely amazing. I think you need to do more of that. I love it. You're loving it too. I've got to tell you, I don't even have teens left of this bundle, okay? And I've got way more than teens in baskets, so some of you unfortunately will miss out. However, you have still got the opportunity to put this in your basket and check out. People who are leaving things lingering in their baskets will just lose out. If you put it in your basket and check straight out, you will get your kit. So if you jump on now, you can do it. Phone lines, website, or on the app. Okay, that's our first option. Absolutely delicious. Now, second option I'm going to do this lovely floral. These are so beautiful. This is a little bit of Jason Yenter. We've got a little bit of Jason Yenter in there. We've got a little bit of some solids in there as well. Oh, love that one. This is so gorgeous. So these are your designer fabrics. So important to have the solids or the tonal because, of course, when you start adding Sashiko, you want to add that to the solid sections, don't you? Yes,
it was funny. When I started with scraps of fabric. So I think the instructions are on their own as well, aren't they?
Yes.
So I had scraps of fabric left over from different projects that I've done here. And I just pulled together a few sort of samples. And then I thought, I need some plains to have a balance.
Yep.
And then that's when the Sashiko sort of came in. So the first project I did was the floral one.
Mm-hmm.
But as I say, you know, with the Sashiko stitching, I wanted to sort of have some plain fabrics as well. But that's just all scraps.
Yeah,
you know, basically.
lovely.
So
and of course, you've got the
using
pattern
scraps.
to use again and again, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Lovely. A little bit of tilde there. Lovely bit of tilde. A little bit of floral. Very gorgeous. So this is your Jason Yenter bundle, and you've got these gorgeous kind of purples, greens, teals. You've also got your 1/2 metre of lining or backing fabric for your cushion or your bag. You've got your pattern to make both a bag and a cushion. All those embroidery templates as well. You can make again and again. £32.99 for this set. I've got a few more of these available, but again, still proving really popular. Really popular. That's that one there. Right, next up, I have got a gorgeous neutral. Oh no, sorry, that's a different option. Let's go with this one here. So this is like linen textures. Right.
I was going to say, is that the one that oh no, it's not the one.
That's your backing. And then look, you've got these beautiful, I think this is Linear from Makawa. These are beautiful. Love, love, love these colours. Cara, these are gorgeous.
They're fab. I can't take credit for that. Jen
that our
has
buyer,
put those,
Jen?
oh my gosh, put those together. I only
She's
saw
doing
them
a
this
great
morning and I
job.
thought, whoa, they
Yeah.
are good.
Fresh, got a lovely modern feel to it, haven't they? Absolutely gorgeous. So many in baskets. Now, again, let me tell you, I have got very, very, very low teens of this pack. 28 in baskets. I've only got 14 of these kits left. Got that really dark teal, 30 in baskets now, really dark teal. You've got that fabulous kingfisher blue.
I know, I love it. And the
Honey, cream, this intense gold,
Yeah.
this beautiful pink.
I know, it's just lovely.
Wow.
Just makes your mouth water.
And of course, with these ones as well, you could put Sashiko on every single
You
panel
certainly could,
if you
yes.
wanted.
You certainly could.
It would show. Would you mix and match your threads, different colours of Sashiko thread? On
Oh,
different...
definitely.
Oh.
I think if you look on the
course.
panels that I've done,
Yes.
done them in different colours.
Green here, pink here, some ivory. Really lovely. But I find these things very exciting.
Yes.
I know I'm kind of making lots of funny noises, but I do find the whole creativity and freedom of this very, very exciting.
I'm so happy that people are liking it because I want to do more of this type of project.
Well, we've had lots of messages actually about how much people are loving the hand stitching.
Yes.
That kind of traditional stitching that just kind of brings things full circle.
But with a modern sort of,
This is
contemporary
exactly it.
technique.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is good.
It's that full circle of taking the traditional, but also making it fresh and right now. Yeah, really clever. Love these projects. So this is very popular. I have got single figures of this left now. In fact, let's not mess about. I've got 7 bundles left. 36 in baskets. I now have 5 bundles left. 4 now. Let's sell it out. 4 now. Keep checking out your baskets, please. 4 left. About how many in baskets? 40 in baskets.
I'm just so...
Everyone stop checking out now. Everyone's thinking, oh, I've missed out. You have not missed out. There are 3 bundles left. If you check out your basket now and you're quick, in fact, there's time for somebody to put this in their basket afresh and check out. 2 left. I'm going to start 1 left now.
Sound like an auctioneer.
I know. Anyone left? Like, oh gosh, at the we love going to the farmers' auctions.
I bet
sometimes.
you do. Yeah.
They are so exciting. Right, that's sold out. Well done if you got it. Right, last bundle from Cara Mia. Oh, you bring out the Italian in me. This is called Garden Party. Oh, Cara, this is lovely.
Again, I only saw that this morning and I just thought, ooh.
Oh, this is really lovely. And look, you've got that lovely soft lavender. Beautiful. Oh, this is smashing. That's absolutely got a totally different look, isn't it? Totally different. You've got your 6 fat quarters. You've got your ½ metre for your backing or your lining. You've got your pattern for both. Such amazing value. Such amazing value in all of these kits. Beautiful. Very, very popular. Again, don't miss out. If you missed out on the last one, don't miss out on this one. Straight into your basket and check out and you'll get it home. It'll be yours. Now, I'm going to do the pattern on its own. This is a physical pattern printed, sent to you in the post. So £9.99 plus your P&P. If you've already bought something else today, remember it's 1 P&P all day long. Just combine your orders as you go. All your Sashiko templates in there as well. And full instructions to make a bag and a cushion for £9.99 plus your P&P. Now, I do need to let you know, I have not got loads of these physical patterns printed off. So if you want to get this, and this is your favourite option, again, in your basket and check out, please. Now, if you prefer to go digital and you're happy to print off your own, you can save yourself the cost of the postage. If you're buying nothing else today, you can get the pattern as a digital download, no P&P attached to that, and it's an instant purchase, so it means that you could be printing this pattern off while we are on air. Liz bought Cara's previous pattern and literally printed it off while we were on air. I'm so proud of you, Liz. That's so modern. Far better than I could do. $9.99 for the digital download. Different code though, UCC 896. And when you get to the website, instead of an add to your order button, it actually says purchase and you buy it there and then. All right? So that's your digital download. Fab. All right. Now, also, in the cushion, behind the cushion front, and in the bag, there is some H640. And Cara, you add this to the back and then do your Sashiko through the wadding.
Yes. Yes, so it's a little bit like Sashiko quilting.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
And of course it does dual duty. It's decorative, but it's functional as well. So 1/2 metre of H640 at $5.99. Now that is enough to do either the bag or you could do a couple of cushions.
Yes.
If you're planning on doing both projects, you will need to multi-buy and get yourself 2. But this is is this pre-cut, Ben, or is this cut to order? Cut to order, we think, yeah. So that would come as a continuous piece. So 2 units of this would be 2 cushions and 1 bag. That would be my preferred option, personally. Multi-buy 2 units of this, and then you can do 2 cushion fronts and a bag. Fabulous. Now I've got some other bits and bobs, things like some Sashiko threads, I've got some bag handles, but I think it's really important that we get and do some demo. What about you? Yes? Cara?
Yes.
I will show you the bundles of threads because they are really popular, but I know you want to see some stitching, so let's do it, Cara.
Okay. Okay. So as this is on the table, I've already put together the stitch and flip for this second cushion, and just to show you how you can put those colours together. I just love the fact. Just quite sort of jazzy, quite different. And I've started sort of doing some of the Sashiko stitching, but I thought what I needed to do first was actually show you how to do the stitch and flip.
Love that.
So once you get your 1/4 metre of all the fabrics.
3 of those bundles left, by the way. That linen look, there's only 3 bundles left. That one will sell out any minute, but if you were quick, you could get it still.
So what you want to do, and if you've got the pattern on its own, so if you missed out on any of the bundles of fabrics, please feel free to get the pattern on its own and either use some of the scraps that you've got or go onto the website and order your selection of fabrics that you fancy. So this is what I have left from the 1/4 metre pieces.
Oh, amazing. Wow,
So
that looks enough to make another 2 or 3 more.
Honestly, I just could not believe it.
Wow.
The grey and the black, although I haven't got so much of that, and I'll show you why, but I've got some squares there. But I've sort of cut the fabric up into strips, different widths. You're not measuring, you're just sort of cutting, and then triangles and different things like that. You want straight edges and you want a variety of sizes.
Yeah.
So you may want a triangle that's sort of that size, but you also want to include a triangle that's that size. So you could have a mixture, or what you can do is just cut as you go. So it's entirely up to you.
Yes, a bit of cut as you go, I think, would be my would be my way of doing it.
Yes. Well, it was just when I was putting the things together, I thought, oh, right, okay. So I just prepped it all, but yes, cut as you go. And that's why I've got a couple of these pieces left, which is good. So for the bag, you have the instructions. Could I have a set of the instructions,
please? Of course you can.
Because I've got a printed one, a black and white one, but not a colour.
Instructions are absolutely flying out, by the way. If you want to get the instructions, oh gosh, yes, absolutely. Half the stock's gone. If you want the instructions on their own, this is printed instructions. You will need to be quick.
So for the bag, I go through all the measurements that you'll need. So the amount of fabric that you'll require for each of the bags. Then you're cutting out, so I'm explaining about cutting out. So the fabric A is the fusible fleece, or you could use any wadding, but I like using the fusible fleece because eventually, once you've done all your stitch and flip, you'll be pressing it. Do not press it as you go, because obviously it won't work as well.
Sure.
It's much better to do it right at the end. So you're going to cut a piece of the fusible fleece at 17 by 29 inches. The lining of the fabric, the lining of the bag is exactly the same. So you've got your lining fabric, 17 by 29. And then for the bag, could I have the bag over?
Yeah, of course.
I decided to do a base and then also a band at the top that wasn't stitch and flip. So I explain in the instructions how to get the fabric for the base of the bag. So you're doing one strip, 17 1/4, just slightly bigger than the width, and 6 3/4 for the base of the bag. And for the two strips at the top, 17 1/4.
Oh, don't give all the measurements
by
away,
3
Cara.
1/2. Right, but there's loads of other information in there, sorry. And the reason you're doing that, I then explain, and I won't give you information for the measurements on this. This is your piece, so it's 17 inches across, 29 inches width, and then you will put a line across with a friction pen or with a normal pencil, as long as you can actually put that marking on the glue side of the fusible fleece.
Yep.
Then you will measure, I'm not going to give you measurements, you'll measure out from that central line and you'll do 2 lines there. You'll also measure your box bottom because you won't be actually doing your stitch and flip over the box bottom section. And then you'll do a line across for the top of each side of the bags. And as I say, that's onto the fusible fleece side, the fusible side, okay? Your fabrics, so I decided I'd have a black base and the grey for the top for this particular one. So that will fit across there and that will fit, do you want me to bring that in? Either side, like that. So you have your 2 strips at the top and your strip at the bottom. Don't do anything with that now, but I just wanted to explain to you why you cut those strips. Your stitch and flip will be done in this section.
Yep.
And you'll want to actually overlap this line so that, you know, you can overlap it, then you'll be trimming it. And that's when you actually attach the base and the top of the bag.
Got you.
So pop that to one side and forget about it for the moment. Right, so what I'm going to do...
So that's why you haven't got as much of the black and the grey, because
Yes,
you're using those for the top.
exactly.
So you sort of need to make that decision earlier on and cut those pieces ready.
Yes, but you know, I've got this amount left. I've got quite a lot of the grey left.
It's a generous kit.
It's fantastic.
It's a
and
really
it's only
generous
fat
kit.
quarters.
Yeah.
You know, it's really good. So for the stitch and flip, you'll be taking a little piece. Doesn't matter whether we want it, what size it is, what shape it is, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to take a piece of the cream and I'm going to pop that in the middle. Doesn't have to be in the middle. And then what colour do we go? Stuart, you can choose. What colour should I go next?
Let's go duck egg blue.
This one?
No, the darker.
Dark one.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
So, let's take... And once you've cut your pieces, you can actually trim them even more.
Yes.
So, so I'm just going to take this piece.
You just cut a chunk.
I'm just going to cut a random shape. I don't know what shape that is, but I'm just going to cut it. You want the straight edge to be at least the size of that. So we're going to lay that on there. Take a pin.
And did you say you start somewhere near the middle?
Yeah, you don't have to. You can start wherever you like, but I quite like the fact that, you know, it builds up from a centre.
Yeah.
So all I've done, I've not ironed, the iron's not on, otherwise I'd be tempted to iron it on. You've got your random shape there, and you've popped your other piece over there, and I'm just going to put a pin in, and now we do 1/4 of an inch. On the 680, is there 1/4 of an inch?
Yes, there is. It is stitch 06.
06, okay. I don't know whether I'll manage that.
Do you want me to? I can.
Yeah,
put it
no,
for you.
I'm just, because I get confused
No,
sometimes.
it won't be 1/4 of an inch with a walking foot,
Yeah.
but it's near enough.
Okay.
You don't need I suppose you don't need to be very, very precise with your seam allowance for this technique.
No,
do you?
no, not at all, not at all. Okay. So, then you'll just machine, and you just want to make sure that when you're machining, you're actually machining to the edge that's underneath. So don't machine to the edge that's on top. Okay, does that make sense? I hope it does. I haven't got a foot.
Oh, you need the foot pedal?
Please, yes please.
Could we, Levi, could we have the foot pedal, please? While we're grabbing that for you, let me just remind you of the details for the pattern. For Cara, this is the physical pattern. Absolutely flying out. I've got to tell you, the numbers we started with, I think we've got about half or less. £9.99 for the full pattern. That's to make two things, a bag and a cushion, and all those new techniques. And also look at all the Sashiko motifs. 12 different Sashiko motifs to play with. My deputy and lovely friend Joan is really into Sashiko.
Is she?
She really is,
Oh,
yeah. And
lovely.
she does the most beautiful, beautiful
bet.
stitching.
Yes.
Gorgeous, yeah. And Borrow.
Yes.
And Kawandi.
Yes.
She's obsessed with Kawandi right now.
Oh, bless her.
Now, if you fancy a bit of Borrow, we've got that coming up. Again, courtesy of Cara Ackerman. You are a talented person. You really are. You've got some lovely projects. Again, another bag and a cushion. That is coming up very, very shortly. So you've stitched through.
So I've done my 1/4 of an inch rough.
Yep.
I've trimmed the top fabric so that
Watch
it's
your head,
close. Sorry, so it's close to the fabric underneath.
Yep.
I haven't trimmed that one yet because what you're going to do is you're going to just push that over and press it. If you've got a fabric roller,
Yep.
that's quite good.
Or hot nails.
Or hot nails.
So you've stitched and now you're flipping.
Now I'm flipping.
That's the name.
So what you'll do is you'll just pop a couple of pins in.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right to call it a stitch and flip. It's just we do like stitch and flip with like our little flippy corners as well, don't we?
Oh, right.
That stitch and flip as well.
Oh, okay.
But it totally is.
Okay. So now, colour, please. What
Oh, definitely the sort of slightly greenish light robin egg blue.
Okay. So
that's so pretty.
It is lovely, isn't it? I haven't got any small pieces, so again, I'm just going to, where do I fancy doing that? I think I'll do it there. So I just need a rough piece. So you can lay your fabric along that edge so you know that you've got it's large enough. And again, when we stitch, we're only going to stitch from the fabric underneath. We're not going to stitch all the way across. So then you just pop that there. And you see it's not a straight line, but that's okay. That's absolutely okay. Pop a pin in.
Well, that's also the fact of sewing it to a foundation
Yes.
of wadding means that these odd shapes and sizes where there's lots of bias edges there, but we do not have to worry about them at all because everything's kept stable on the wadding.
It is. And it's addictive, I'm afraid.
Yes.
I hope that it does do well because I want to do some more projects like this.
Oh, undoubtedly. I can tell you now it has been incredibly popular, Cara, and we definitely want more, please.
Okay.
We'll keep you busy.
So
Do
again,
you have like special times of day when you're most creative or most productive? Are you an early morning, a late night?
I tend to be right. Okay.
Here we go.
I tend to be early morning.
Yeah.
And at this time of the year, I need daylight. Yeah. So I need to see. When I'm stitching, when I'm doing embroidery in particular, that needs to be, for me, done in daylight so I can see properly. But you can get all the lovely lights and things like that. But if I'm sat in the lounge, I need to have sort of daylight. Creative, I suppose the ideas are just sort of sewn around and just, I don't know, they just come, don't they? How do you do it? How do you, when?
Do you know, my most creative time is often when I'm in the car driving.
Really?
Yeah. I've got my sort of 2.5 hour drive to and from the studio.
Gosh, right.
And I mull and I think all the time when I'm driving. Or sometimes it's literally I'm just sleeping and then I have an idea. Do you know what I mean? Or, anytime.
Because I've only just come into the design side of things, I've only done, I don't know how many projects I've done now. It's evolving. So, it's not something that I'm a designer. I still don't class myself as a designer, but I'm getting there. But it is just something that evolves and just comes and you just think, oh yeah. And when I was doing this, I actually had some of this linen fabric. In fact, this is one of them.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. And I thought, I would like to use that on a project. And I thought, I'm going to put some random colours together and just sort of see how it develops and then sort of think about doing the Sashiko and the colours of the Sashiko thread. It just comes out.
It's a process.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it
I think
is.
one of the most exciting things that I see is when people come from different disciplines and then start expanding what they make. So, for example, when dressmakers go into patchwork, or if a paper crafter decides to start doing some fabric or sewing, or an art, everyone comes to it with their own ideas and their own background and applies that. Like, for example, you do dressmaking.
I do dressmaking, and embroidery was my main sort of thing, but with all the different shows that I've done, which is why I've sort of moved over into the design side, I've learnt different techniques and I've tried different things, and it's sort of just evolved. So,
beautiful.
Yeah, which is really good. So, right, so another piece of fabric there. I've just trimmed off any fabric that was within the seam. That's more important when you've got a dark fabric against a light fabric, so you don't really want that. So I've machined along there and I'm just flipping. And
now I'm seeing the next seam line suddenly appear because you've got that lovely straight line there.
Yes.
Now you know what you're doing, and you are, making this look very straightforward and easy. But if I've added more of a wedgy shape there, right, and I've not got a lovely straight line, what do I do?
Yeah, so that's
because that happened.
Yeah, that did happen with me. I'm not going to use this, but you'd be tempted to go there, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Okay, but then you're left with that really sharp line. So you can go there, but what you'll need to do is trim that fabric so that you've got another straight line.
Gotcha.
Same here. So, you're going to be left with that wedge.
I like the idea of a wedge, though, Cara, in fairness. Can we call it that?
Yeah, you can. So you would trim your fabric that shape.
Brilliant, thank you.
but it just happens. Right,
Yeah.
what colour next?
Can we go? Are we still going to use the grey and the black?
Yeah?
Definitely. Claudia's message, she says, oh, here we go. Hi, Stuart and Cara. Today's been such a fab show. My hands want to just stitch, but I have to wait for delivery. I'm unwell, but I hope to be up and running then. Oh, Claudia, sending you lots of love.
Yes, hope
first
you
and
feel better
foremost.
soon.
But glad you're enjoying the show. We're all having a ball today. We're all having a ball. This is where maybe if you want something like instantly, I want it now, go for a digital download version of Cara's pattern. This might be a good time for me to talk about the other. Because we've got another project from you, haven't we?
Yep.
May I just break off for a second and show that, Cara?
You can. Shall I carry on with that?
Feel free
or shall
to
I
carry
get
on sewing.
or I'll get ready to do some Sashiko.
That'd be awesome.
So
Yes,
you
please.
just carry on doing that, and you build your piece up, and you come to the line. You come to the line at the bottom. You can overlap the sides as well. So it's the same technique for the cushion as well.
Fab. Now, this is the Borrow. I'm in love with these. Absolutely love Borrow. You've got your bag. Completely gorgeous, isn't it? And you've got your cushion. Now, again, this is one pattern. Makes both. I've got a blue version. Here we go. Look at this. We've got some fat quarters. And what's super lovely about this is you've got this gorgeous selection of fabrics, all beautifully selected. Again, look, you've got some denim in there as well. You've also got fabric for your lining, for your border. Half the stock's already gone of this. You've got your pattern too. But also, you can dip into your stash, and if you've got a bit of special something lovely, a bit of hajime, a little bit of Kyoto or kimono, something like that, you could put that in. You've also got the pattern, and this again shows you, look, how to do your borrow stitching, how to create your bag, how to create your cushion. And then look, you've also got your Sashiko designs. You've also got your crest designs that you can add in, as Cara has, like here and here, just these beautiful motifs that you can add into your design. What an absolutely gorgeous project. $29.99. I think that is money well spent. Really beautiful. Way more in baskets than we've got. I've got very, very low teens. That's the blue version. Now, I've also got a monochrome, but I've got to tell you, I have got tiny stocks of this, I'm afraid. I've got 5 bundles left. You get your pattern. You get quilter's calico. That's a quilter's calico, isn't it? You've got your solid lining fabric. Ooh, we've got some black denim. We've got some charcoal mixer. We've got a deep charcoal blossom print. That is gorgeous. So you could almost, I'm just going to move that around, you could almost kind of shade and shadow and ombre with that one. Literally 5 of these bundles left though. What colour would you use for your Sashiko on that?
Oh gosh, you could play around with it. I'm just having a look. What's the colours? Ooh. Mustard.
Would you? Oh, now I was thinking go neutral. You're saying go mustard. Look at that.
I'd do a mixture actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you could do a mixture.
You could. We've got some lovely bundles actually of Sashiko thread. I've only 4 of this bundle left. If you want this, grab it. Really nice. Now, you can also get the pattern on its own, digital and physical. Let's do physical first. Again, Cara's patterns have been incredibly popular today. $9.99. Oh, I've got 21 patterns left. That's it. This is physical patterns. I've got 21 left. If you want the physical pattern, you will need to be quick. NVC 864. I mention those letters and numbers because that's the code you need for a physical pattern. However, we also have the digital pattern. So, no postage this time. You can download the designs, the pattern now and stitch this afternoon. Same price, £9.99, but the code is PUC846, and that is an instant purchase, instant download. Fab. Now, I've also got some Sashiko thread bundles. I've got a big bundle. This is 6 different threads. And you've got some really lovely, soft shades there. You've got your ecru and your silver grey, that beautiful soft blue, a salmon pink. You've got that gorgeous golden yellow and that fab leafy green for £9.99. That's a really good price, Cara. Really
because
good price.
the Sashiko thread goes a long, long way, which is really good.
Very nice.
The pieces that you're going to be stitching on both of these projects aren't massive, unless you want to do the hand stitching that I did on that one, the bag.
Would be worth getting those, particularly if you're doing projects where you want to use different colours on different areas. Now, I've also got a bundle of 4. The 20-metre skeins, by the way, these are absolutely flying out. You've got your leaf green, you've got your gorgeous bubblegum pink.
Oh, that would be nice on that, the neutral.
Oh, it would.
Wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, instead of the mustard. No, I'd go for the pink.
You've also got that wonderful, sort of like an Air Force blue. Really like that colour a lot. Now, if you wanted subtle, soft stitching, you could almost like self-coloured stitching. You see, it doesn't have to be bold. It can be very soft and subtle. You've also got your mustard, £7.96 for 4. And then I've got a couple of individuals, or 3 individuals, 4 individuals, in fact. So I've got mustard on its own, 20-metre skein. This isn't stranded, is it?
No, and it's a matte thread.
Lovely.
So we said about the embroidery earlier, you wouldn't be able to strand this
Can't
down.
split it,
Yeah.
no. So that's £1.99 for 20 metres. We've got blue. Got the blue. We've also got, now, I've got a cream. This ends 9.6. £1.99. These are Olympus threads, by the way, which is, I know, like Susan Briscoe works with Olympus. She knows her stuff.
Oh, she does.
Olympus
She's
is
been,
good, isn't it?
Yeah, and Susan has been inspirational to me.
Yeah.
To be able to carry on sort of my journey with Sashiko. So.
That's wonderful. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
terrific. And then I've got, this is a 40-metre Sashiko thread from So Easy. Still a Japanese make. This is £4.99 for 40 metres.
That goes a long way. So
Yeah.
if you were going to do projects where you were using just one colour,
Yep.
that is a perfect way to do it.
Perfect option. Thanks, Cara. Right, let's get back into it. We've got needles on the website if you need them, by the way.
Yeah, so you do your stitch and flip, and then we take you into what you're going to be doing with the Sashiko. And once you've finished your stitch and flip, you will end up, this is a cushion panel, you'll end up with this, and then you'll decide where you're going to actually want to do some Sashiko stitching. I tried to do it sort of a little bit here and there. And the way that I marked it, you can either mark it, once you've done your stitch and flip, then you press the whole thing so that it adheres to the fusible fleece. And then you can trim off the excess fabrics and everything. So that's all been done beforehand. When you want to do some more Sashiko stitching, you can take a ruler, and if you use friction pens, don't let it near any of the iron until you're finished. Or you can use a chalk pencil. I'm not sure if you've got these ones online.
Probably. Oh, I say graphics.
Yeah.
Ben, you are so on it. There's the Prim Chalk cartridge pencil set. Oh, that's different. That's a different one.
But that's okay.
That'll work.
Yeah, I haven't got one of those, so I'm sorry I used this
Well, what's
one,
nice about that, you've got the sharpener as well. You've got all the whites and loads of different colours, and you've got a sharpener, so you can get a really, really fine point.
That would be wonderful. So I've just come in. So one of the straight edges, I've come in about 1/4 of an inch, roughly. Doesn't have to be exact.
Okay.
That's what I like about Sashiko, really. It can be very precise, or you can be a little bit more flexible.
Oh, Cara, I did a workshop at Festival of Quilts. I mean, it was so many years ago. I don't think it was 20 years ago.
Did you run it or attend it?
No, I was just attending it.
Right.
And Susan Briscoe was in charge, but she had brought over 2 fabulous Sashiko teachers from Japan. And it was like an hour's sort of introduction to Sashiko. And the only word I heard from the 2 teachers for the entire hour was unpick, unpick.
Oh, what? To you directly or to other
To
people?
me,
Oh,
to me.
no.
Literally, everything I do is that unpick.
Oh,
unpick.
No.
But I learned a lot. I learned a lot,
Yeah.
Cara. I learned a lot.
You know, maybe the way I do this is not the traditional way. So,
Love that.
So I've done 1/4 of an inch lines like that. And then you can, I'm going to start in the centre, not roughly in the centre, it's not even anywhere near it. So I'm going to do, so you're making a grid.
Cara, 2025 has brought out a whole new you. You've gone wild. You're just throwing caution to the wind.
Oh, dear.
Next thing you'll be telling me a 1/4 inch seam allowance is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, completely
It is.
irrelevant. Oh, dear. Yeah, so you're drawing a 1/4 of an inch grid. And the 1/4 of an inch grid then, okay, so you can imagine, can't you?
Yeah.
Your 1/4 of an inch grid translates to these patterns. Okay, so these roughly 1/4 of an inch, doesn't have to be exact, but this is your grid that you're then going to actually do your stitching. Okay, so for example, I've already started, and this is the simplest one, is just this one here. So I'm doing lines going across. If I've got time, have I got time to show you what you do with your skein of thread?
We will make time. Yes. Oh, yes, please. We're loving all these new tips and ideas.
You want to end up with your Sashiko thread in this sort of format, because this makes it much, much, much easier to actually pull your thread off, thread your needle and get stitching. So you'll take your skein of thread and somehow open it. Pull it out. Pull it out. And you take the band off, and then you're left with your skein. But
Keep
the
the
skein,
band, keep the band.
keep the band, keep the band. Then you find where the skein is tied, and you want to pull that apart. Then you'll take a pair of scissors. And this is the scary bit, because you're going to actually cut that whole thing off. Okay, so you're left, this is a really, really good length of thread to work with if you're doing straight stitching. Then you pass that through the label, and it just means that you've got a note of what colour you've been stitching. So I might need you to come over here.
Don't we sit? Yeah, of course.
Yes.
What do you need me for?
I need you to hold the label so that I can plait it.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
To hold that.
Yeah. Whoops. I'm going to trip over that.
Don't do that.
Then you divide it up, if you can, into 3 and plait it, but loosely.
Okay.
So very loosely, and you don't have to be accurate that they're all the same number of threads. You're just organising your threads so it makes it easy for you to pull the thread off to stitch with.
Got you.
So that's how you do your skein. Okay?
Love that.
Thank
Yep,
you.
perfect.
Thank you very much indeed. So you will pull your thread off, And Sashiko needles are brilliant because they've got a lovely big eye and a long needle, which is really good, especially if you're doing this particular pattern here. You tie a knot in your thread, and then on the grid, I'm going to follow, it's this one, isn't it, there.
Just want to say really quickly, I've got 2 different packs of Sashiko. Can we just show the other one first, please? Because I've got Sashiko long type, which is the 3. Now, personally, I think these look rather long. Cara, I'm just going to bring them over and show you for a second, because I'm thinking these ones rather than...
Yeah,
those
it depends.
look very long.
Yeah, it depends. If you're doing a lot of Sashiko stitching, this is perfect if you're doing the borrow one.
Gotcha.
Because the borrow bag, I did Sashiko long lines, and this is really, really good if you're doing long lines. If you're doing finer patterns, then this is good as well.
So the one that we've got, well, actually, this is a combined pack of both of them, the long and the short.
It's good to have, it really is, because I do different projects and I find that the different lengths of needles are for different projects. So
great. Let's just show that. Get them both, 848 for both, and then you've got some long ones when you're doing long straight lines and shorter ones. Okay, we are almost at time.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've learnt so much from you today, Cara. It's been absolutely inspirational. I know I haven't seen you for about a year, but I feel like I've learned a year's worth from you today, and I think everyone at home has
It's nice
as well.
to actually get it out of my head, otherwise it just sticks there.
No, it's been fantastic. Right, have I got any bundles left? 1 or 2? Yeah, bits and bobs. There's very little, but have a look on the website. But my takeaway from this is get yourself these 2 lovely patterns from Cara. Get these patterns while they are available, digital or printed. Absolutely inspiring and wonderful from Cara Ackerman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for having me.
It's been a real pleasure. Right, we're going to go to a break. The morning's almost gone. However, when we come back, we're doing quilt kits you will absolutely adore. And we're going to start with a quilt which I think has been completely and severely overlooked this week. Because we had so many deals last week on manager specials. We did a brand new colourway of the incredible entangled quilt, the fastest selling quilt on Sewing Street ever. But I have got a fabulous, fabulous deal to give you after the break. And I'm going to be doing a deep dive into that quilt and showing you how easy and achievable it is. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
This is the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29. It's launching on Thursday and we've got an amazing exclusive bundle to share with you. Not only do you get an amazing sewing embroidery machine, you're going to get luggage that will work with this. So if you want to take it to your classes and workshops, or you just need somewhere to keep it at home, you're going to get that included. And you're also going to get a thread chest full of Madeira rayon threads that you're going to be able to get creative with the moment it arrives. So please make sure you join us. It's going to be amazing.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
I'm super excited to share this quilt with you. This is called Entangled, and I want to give you a little bit of background information about the quilt. The design of it was actually originally a 12-month Block of the Month programme. One thing I know about Block of the Month programmes is they are expensive. Often you pay £15 or more, not per month, but for the pattern each month, and then you pay for the fabrics on top. So over a 12-month period, you can pay over £150 just for the patterns and templates for a Block of the Month programme. So keep that figure in mind. And this was originally a Block of the Month programme in the US, mostly. It was sold worldwide, but very successful, absolutely beautiful. What we've got here is that 12-month Block of the Month programme, it's a lot of words there, in a box that you can spread however you want. You could do it weekly, you could do it monthly, you could do it in a fortnight if you wanted to. You have got your full instructions. Now, I'm just going to quickly show through the instructions, because when you look at the quilt, you'd be forgiven. I thought, when I first saw this quilt, I thought, oh, that looks so hard, that looks so complicated, it looks like a really advanced quilt. I'm not sure how many people will go for making a quilt that's all funny angles and weird pieces. And then I looked at the pattern and I went, it's a genius pattern. Again, this is one of those projects I wish I'd designed, to be fair, because it's all squares and half square triangles and strips. And that's it. Genuinely, look, I'll show you. So you start off, even what I thought was parallelograms or diamonds is actually half square triangles. There's some little stitch and flip units, easy peasy, right? There's your center. Then you add straight borders going around. There's some half square triangles and some rectangles pieced together. They create the illusion that the block has been set on point. They create the illusion that this is all one piece of fabric and this is all one piece of fabric. These are strips, these are half square triangles that just join up. So, where you see this frame, and I thought, how on earth are they doing that? It's a half square triangle. It's a strip of fabric. It's so much easier than you think it's going to be. And so the rounds continue, month 1, month 2. Well, it's done in rounds rather than months. So in round 3, and what's also wonderful is you get, these are the fabrics you'll need. So rather than constantly having to refer back to a key at the start of the pattern, every round, every week, every month, however you're doing it, you just gather these fabrics, these 6 fabrics. These are your cutting instructions, and then you piece the next round. And you've even got, at the end of each round, measure your block. It should now measure 24.5 inches square, for example. You add your next round, straight rounds each time, nothing on point. How clever is this? This quilt is spinning around. It's so clever. It's so clever. We go all the way out to this point, round 8. We're 8 months in. It's now August. We started it in January. Okay, we've only done half square triangles, strips and squares. We've only done straight borders going around. Is this feeling like a confident beginner project? Because it is. And we're actually now at this point. Let me just check. Let me check. Yeah, we're at this stage. Yeah, so it's this. So basically, the big image that you can see on point, this big on point square, this is where we're at. Now at this point and this point only, you're going to turn your square a quarter turn to set it on point, and then you're going to make these triangle units. Now let me just break it down for you. You have got there half square triangles, beginner level, squares, beginner level, strips and one big triangle. And all you're going to do is sew a strip to one edge of your triangle and another strip. You're going to sew your half square triangles on, and then you're going to add a strip across the middle. And that is your setting triangle. You're going to sew that to the 4 sides of your on point square, and you're going to put one final border, and you are done. You are done. Okay, now let's talk about the price, and let's talk about split pays. And then we'll have a look at the actual fabric. £249. Now remember, this is a 12-month block of the month programme. You should easily be paying at least £120. I'm going to say £10 for each month's patterns. That is what you pay for block of the month patterns. So that's £120 worth before we even add any fabric into the mix. And it's been an incredibly successful block of the month programme too, as well in the US. You're not going to pay £249. We're going to get that price under £200 for you. 199.99. Now, that's incredible because if we take our £120 off for our patterns, we're only paying £80 for the fabric. There's split pays as well, 3 split pays. So your first split pay, $66.66 to get the quilt kit home. You will have made the first 3 rounds or possibly the entire quilt by the time the second split pay comes out of your account. Now, remember that this was our fastest selling quilt pattern or quilt kit ever when I launched this. And it was about a year ago, wasn't it? Around about a year ago. And what we've done here is we've had it recoloured and rekitted using the brand new Emery Walker's House collection from William Morris. Now, I think you've picked a rather brilliant day to be watching Sewing Street, and I'll tell you why. Because if this was in a month's time and it wasn't just after Manager's Special or launched during Manager's Specials, when we were bombarded with amazing deals and amazing offers, we wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't have any left. The only reason why I've got any left of this kit is because it was basically, I think we were completely overloaded with amazing offers. We also, when we launched this, we spent 7 minutes on it, which I've already spent longer than that on it today because this is absolutely beautiful. Well done, everyone who's checking out their baskets. Loads of you have got this in your bar. Look at these gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. And remember, the super easy thing about the way the months are set out, and you get your picture of your finished quilt so you know exactly what you're doing. But also, every single month, you have got a key. So for round number 1, the centre star, I need these 4 fabrics. And literally, I mean, you've got a key for all your fabrics. Look at all the fabrics you get. Look at all the different options. You get 14 different fabrics. They are all from the Emery Walker collection. And so what you do is you literally say, okay, so I need this fabric. I need this fabric. I'm going purely visual. I need this fabric. And I need this fabric. I'm just going to check that I've got that right. Cream. Yes, that's it. Right. So I need that. Yep, that's it. Perfect. I need those 4. Oh, actually, no, I've picked one wrong. Oh, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'll tell you what it is. I'm looking at this key. I'm looking at the wrong key. Right. It is this fabric here. That's it. Right. So I've got my fabrics, okay? So I've got those. I can jump straight in. I can jump straight in. I know what I've got to cut. I am not cutting an entire quilt. So if you're somebody as well who feels completely overwhelmed by cut 149 6.5 inch square, cut 243 7/8, you are doing none of that. You are literally cutting the pieces to make this centre star, okay? That is month 1 or week 1. Can you imagine making this quilt in 12 weeks? And actually what you're doing, this is week 1. This is month 2. The cleverest thing is how it turns on point and tangles and weaves and, it's just incredible. It's absolutely incredible. This is confident beginner. Now, and competent beginner. And the reason why I say that is for this reason and this reason only. You need each month or each week, each round, to end up the correct size, because when you make your next round, it needs to fit. And that is all. That is your one job. You know when they say you had one job? Well, you've got one job, and that's to make sure that your rounds finish at the correct size, at the regular size that it says in the pattern. So when it says your block should now measure 24.5 inches square, measure it, make sure. It tells you that every single step of the way. So when you make round one, measure it, make sure it's the correct size. If it's not, it's minor corrections. It's only one block. So make sure that you test your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Keep your sewing nice and accurate, and this will go together like an absolute dream. Okay? That's all you've got to do. It's half square triangles, it's stitch and flip, squares, strips. That's all. That's all. And you've got the most gorgeous selection of fabric. Now, there are loads of you with this in your basket. It's £199.99 today. At midnight tonight, it goes back up to £249.99. You've also got split pays available today. Three split pays, 66.66. Another one just checked out. Well done if that was you. What a beautiful, beautiful quilt. It's so elegant. And actually, I remember when I launched this quilt, and I said, and I'm going to say it again now, if you make just one quilt this year, let it be this one, because it's magnificent. It's absolutely magnificent, and it is one that literally everyone you show it to will say, wow, how did you make that? Oh my goodness, I could never make that. I looked at that and thought, I could never make that. Well, because I saw, well, I thought I could make it, but I thought, oh, I don't want to have to make all those templates, all that weird piecing, all those odd angles. This was not looking at the pattern. This was just looking at the quilt, and I couldn't see how it was put together. And the minute I opened the pattern and realised that literally this whole thing here is just, it's just square borders around. An absolutely brilliant piece of design. It is a brilliant piece of design from Linda McGibbon. Absolutely incredible, very, very talented designer. And she really has created something very special, which is very achievable. If you are a competent and a confident beginner, or an intermediate, or an advanced quilter, any of those, do it. Jump in. Spread this out over a year or 12 weeks or however you want to do it. This is the kind of thing that I know some people would take on a weekend retreat and have a good old crack at burn the midnight oil and see what they can do. If that's your bag, brilliant. If you love doing a little and often, spend 12 months making it. It definitely looks like it's worth making, doesn't it? Like I say, if you make one quilt this year, let it be that one. 75.9, let's call it 76 inches square. Now, that is a lovely size quilt, but I'm also going to say that is very, very achievable on a domestic sewing machine, including your quilting. That is not a massive quilt to quilt. We do, look, I'm going to show you, look. We do ones which are a lot bigger than this. So this means you've only got to be able to get that under your machine. Less than 40 inches to get to the centre on your machine. And that's the sort of magic number. How much is half of the quilt? That's got to go into the machine, because we're quilting from the centre outwards, or that bit, and then we can just turn the quilt around, can't we? And then we're going from the centre outwards. So we've only got to be able to get about 38 inches of the quilt into our machine. If you want a fabulous mid-arm machine, we do still have the Elna 782 mid-arm machine. This is 11 inches of throat space compared to the usual 6 inches of throat space that you're going to have on a domestic machine. Levi, would you mind just pushing it very slightly towards me? Thank you. Thanks, Levi. I just want to mention this because this is our last day with this on deal. The last 40 minutes, and then it won't be on deal anymore. And you know, again, during the manager's special weeks, when this price dropped, and I mean a massive £800 drop, let's not forget, I think it's a bit of a shame when we do an amazing deal and it's kind of on and gone. Because I'm going to be honest here, I wouldn't watch a 1 hour show on a sewing machine and then part with £3,000. I would want a few days to do my research and have a think and sleep on it. And very often we don't have the opportunity to sleep on it because at midnight the price goes back up. I think it's really good, and I'm really proud of Sewing Street for keeping this deal on until today, because it's given everybody about a week to sleep on this and have a think, as we say in the north, have a chew, and just think through, is this the right machine for me? Because this is an incredible sort of semi-pro machine here we're talking. This is 11 inches of throat space, which, let's be honest, is what a lot of quilters dream of. A lot of dressmakers, a lot of sewers dream of having a mid-arm machine. I mean, it's just incredible, and the difference it makes, incredible. Now, there are a few of you with this in your baskets, and what I would say is, please remember that with any of your machine, if it's not right for you, you can send it back. At the end of the day, if it's not for you, you can send it back. I would rather you try it and then say, once you've experienced sewing with 11 inches of throat space and quilting, you will want to keep it. I know you will. But what I'm saying is, you know, this is not something you can make a snap decision about. But this is our very last day. If you want to get it, £800 off the price. That is like getting one of your split pays for nothing and then some. Under £600 your split pay. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side now. I just wanted to mention that because I do think it's a fab deal. Right, keep going through for your amazing William Morris quilt kit. The numbers are dwindling now. Well done for checking out your baskets. Right, I've got some quilt kits now. Some of them have got one left. Some of them have already sold out. Let's start off with our Annie Downs Springtime in Teal. Is it one of these? Then. No, that's Mansfield Park. I don't think it's on the desk. Springtime Teal, I've got it. Right, sorry. Oh, gosh, now I saw that. Wasn't this the lovely Sandy Millichip Masocki did this gorgeous one? I watched the show. I thought, what a dream of a quilt. Absolutely beautiful. £137.99 is the price. It is absolutely gorgeous. And we've got one left. All of this gorgeous work that you see here, this is a printed panel that you can embroider on, embellish, add, or not at all. You can just use the panel, do your piecing, add your borders, and you're done. But if you want to add embroidery and embellishments, then you can. I have literally got one of these kits left. It is the very last one. I think it's sold out, but we had one bounce back. This is your one chance to get this gorgeous quilt, and you're making a huge saving there. You should be paying £179.99, and you're getting it today for £137.99. That has sold out. Very, very well done if you managed to get that. Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Steve. Yes, let's do so. Oh, the Seth Apter written in the stars. I don't think I've got that. I'm amazed that we've got even one left here. Stunning. Again, I was here when Emma Bradford launched this, and I was blown away. The fabrics are gorgeous. They're by a designer called Seth Apter, who works a lot with Tim Holtz. They've got that sort of multi-layered, inked, complex look. I'm going to say slightly masculine. They're not really masculine. They're just not feminine. Do you know what? Yes. I've literally got one of these kits. Again, you're saving £60. Loads of the... Oh, it's gone. Well done. Right, another quilt. This, again, this must have been one that bounced back because Mansfield Park, this, I mean, I said at the time, I could just talk about the box. It looks like a book. This is the box for your quilt kit. This is Riley Blake. This is Mansfield Park, which is the book by Jane Austen, okay? And it's inspired a range of fabrics. Now, the quilt is the gate of Mansfield Park. You piece this, but it's literally just stitch and flip, strips and squares. Then you've got the hollyhocks and the roses over the gate. And then you've got these borders. Oh, it's sold. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah. So, yeah, £149.99. No, £99.99. I know. We completely sold out in the hour. We've got one left. It's incredible. We've got one chance. And also, look, I'm not going to open this because this is the kit, but it's got all these fabulous reproduction vintage fabrics. It's sold out. It's sold out. Very well done if you got that. I wanted that. Right. Next up, this again, Seth Apter. Now, this is such a cool idea, and I might have to do a bit of designing like this myself, because what you get here is you get, I want to say 15. Is it 15? I'm going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it's 15. Oh, sorry, there's a label. Oh, I am a... Honestly. Wait a minute. Can you read what that says, please? 12. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so you've got your fat quarters there, 12 of them, all from Seth Apter. Then you've got patterns, but it's not just for one quilt. It's 4 different quilts. We'll show you again. There's 4 different quilt patterns. I'm going to open this because I want to show you the patterns. Did that price drop? Oh, no, $99.99. But, oh, it's dropping. Wow. Okay. Stop. Wow. And it's on split pay. Wow. Okay. So $59.99. That's amazing. Right. So you've just saved £40. £30, sorry. No, £40. You've just saved £40 and your split pay is $29.99. So you've just saved a whole split pay and another tenner. Wow. Look at that. Tiramisu, anyone? I love that quilt pattern. That's so clever. Frankly, I do love a tiramisu. Don't you? Do you like a tiramisu? Yes. Love a tiramisu. I did a Bailey's tiramisu Christmas before last. A very popular choice. And it froze well. BBC Good Food. Just say egg rolls. Egg rolls. Isn't there a film called With 6 You Get Egg Roll? I think so. It might be Doris Day. You've also got cool water. These are all easy, beginner-friendly quilts. I've literally got 11 of these quilts left. Honestly, grab it. Look, and acrobatic. That's so cool. That's a bit of liberated piecing, isn't it? That's so cool. And look at the lovely fabrics you get as well. If you loved the look of Written in the Stars and Seth Apter, I hope Tim Holtz isn't watching, because there's a little bit of me that might love Seth Apter fabrics more than Tim Holtz. And you know I love Tim Holtz fabrics. But these are gorgeous. I love the scale of these prints. They're so arty and cool and interesting. Wow, okay, 21 of you in baskets. I've got 10 chances left. Look, I've got these gorgeous words. You're saving £40. Absolute. No, I said there wasn't a flower in sight. Oh, look, there it is. Loving this. Single figures now. Single figures left. Love it. Write your own story. Write your own story. I'm going to be doing that very soon, you know, writing my own story. I'll just leave that there. That's amazing. Absolutely beautiful. I've got low single figures. If you want that, I think I'm going to call that a sellout. You've got time still, but that is going to be sold out in the next minute or two. So if you want to drop that in your basket and check out real quickly, you will get that. All right. Wow. Okay. Now, while we're talking about loving quilting, oh, thank you. Let's talk about this. Now, here's a funny story. This will make you laugh. I had the most lovely time designing and making this quilt. And then it came on air once, and then I lost it. I lost the quilt. And I thought I'd lost it forever, because I really did not know where it was. And then literally about a week ago, I found it. So there we go. And if you, oh, no, so that's the top, that's the top. No, you keep that, you keep that. And then, oh yeah, it's more sensible.
There we go.
Right, so I designed this quilt because we were celebrating 21 years of Tilda, and this was their Jubilee, or 25 years of Tilda. We were celebrating their Jubilee. And so I wanted to do something that was all about loving quilting. So, of course, straight away I thought of hearts. And then I thought, well, let's do a sampler of hearts. So we've got this gorgeous quilt that's a sampler. You've got these big pieced hearts that have stars superimposed. You have applique hearts. You have hearts pieced out of strips. Easy piecing. You've got the Danish hearts flower with leaves and a stem. You've also got the layered hearts where they overlap each other, all scrappy style. And then you've got the gorgeous piano key border. Great way of using up your scraps. Now, in the pattern, I thought I don't just want to give you one pattern for this. I want to do more than that. I'm going to grab the quilt off you and relieve you of your duties. Thank you both. So what I decided to do, honestly, he's such a frustrated presenter. We'll get you back on air soon. Right, so what I did was I took each of the blocks and I designed another quilt or a runner or a project using that, and you get all 6 patterns in one. So, yes, you get the block pattern for this, but I've also designed a whole quilt that looked like pieced sunflowers in a big quilt. 6 patterns. I did a table runner using the strips, strip pieced hearts, a cushion using the appliqued hearts. There was a wall quilt with the layered hearts on. There was a wall hanging with the hearts and stars. And then, of course, you've got the big pattern for the big sampler quilt. And so you get a huge amount of value in one pattern. You've got 6 different designs, and I just had the best time making this. That's why I was so upset when I thought I'd lost it forever. Now, Valentine's Day is coming up. I love a Valentine's Day project, but I prefer to use heart motifs when I'm making quilts, just to say, I love you, I care about you. So this could be somebody who's poorly, somebody that you want to cheer up, just somebody you want to remind that they are loved. These could be memory fabrics, these could be special fabrics that you make a gorgeous wall hanging or just a big cushion out of. Loads of different ways that you can use these patterns, and it's scrappy. It's scrappy. So the good news is, if you run out of one fabric, you can just grab a looky-likey and use that instead. And I think that's the easiest way of doing it. Now, let's talk again about William Morris. This is the Entangled. I want to give you an update on stock because this quilt, when we launched the original, was our fastest sellout that we've ever had on Sewing Street for a pattern. And rightly so. This is the pattern is a 12-month block of the month program from America. But actually, what we managed to do was actually buy the copyright or use the copyright, pay for the copyright, to offer it in one go, in one kit. So rather than having to pay 10, 12, 15 pounds a month just for the pattern, you get the whole pattern for all 12 parts, all in one kit. You also get all of the beautiful fabric. Now this is brand new Emery Walker's House fabric from Free Spirit. Emery Walker was a contemporary of William Morris. And so this beautiful range of fabrics has been used to create this, heirloom, incredible quilt. Now, I do need to let you know that the kits have been flying out today. And I think that's because this got rather overlooked last week. We launched it last week, and there were so many amazing deals on all sorts of things flying around. We only spent 7 minutes looking at this quilt, and it deserves a lot more than that. Loads of you with this. I've actually got to say, nearly half of my remaining stock is in baskets now or checked out. If you want, now I know it looks really complicated, and when I looked at this, I thought, oh, I don't know how many people are going to want to make this. I'm not sure how many super advanced quilters are going to. You can be a confident beginner and make this, because you are only going to make half square triangles, stitch and flip, squares and strips. That's it, the entire quilt. And there's no on point weird bits. You make everything in square. Well, in fact, it goes this way, because once you've made the full big square, you then turn the whole thing and add the triangles to the sides. It is so straightforward. And actually, my father-in-law has made this quilt. My father-in-law, Ron, has made this quilt. Yeah, he fell in love with it. So he's made this quilt. And I think Ron has probably made 4 or 5 big quilts. So he is what I would call a confident beginner. Yeah? He hasn't been doing quilt making for 25, 30 years. You don't need to have been quilting for 25 or 30 years. If you've made a couple of quilts before, or you're committed, let this be your first big quilt. If you make one quilt this year, let it be this one. So many of you with it in your baskets. Well done, everyone who's checked out their baskets, by the way. I've just seen a few more of you checking out your baskets on this. You have got, this could be a 12-month project. This could be a 12-week project. It could be a 12-day project. My goodness me. If you like, but actually, each round is not a huge amount of work. Each round is probably a weekend's work, tops. Right. Next up, Croco Stars. Okay, Croco Stars. Right. Got a sample of this, haven't we? We'll grab it out. Now, $249.99 for this. When I launched this, thank you. When I launched this, I'll show you, we'll do a price drop. And it went to $199.99. Yeah. Oh, this is gorgeous. Beautiful. It's a big bed quilt. Now, we're going to do something special because I've only got 7 of these left. So how about we take another £20 off just for now, just for today. I couldn't believe how easy to make this was. The blocks are big. You use templates, but let me just show you that one block is that. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of fabric in one block. That's barely a 4-patch. And you just rotate. Thank you, Levi. You just rotate. It is so easy to piece. The blocks are really quick. It's a gorgeous way. And it's lovely to see something which has more of a masculine feel to it, a more muted feel to it. And today, you're actually getting a better price than we did on launch. Because on launch, it went down to $199.99. We've literally got a handful of these quilt kits left, and we have dropped an extra £20 off just for today, midnight tonight. If there's anything left, it will go back up to $249.99. Okay. Okay, right. Next up, I'm going to grab my Tilda Scrappy Stars quilt. So this is a quilt pattern. I always like to give you more than one project. So you've got patterns there for a quilt and a table runner. Now this is the table runner I did in spring colours. I say Deputy Joan did all the lovely piecing and I quilted it. So it's got pointed ends. You can make it longer if you want to. This again is beginner level piecing. Okay. I'm going to pop that to one side. Here's a Christmas version. Same pattern, but done in scrappy. This is one of those projects that feels like it costs you nothing to make because you can go to your scrap bags and you can just use little bits. These don't even need to be the same fabric, do they? Just pick all different reds and use them. Do it scrappy, like I did here in the small stars. These look just as distinct, so almost no piece of fabric's too small. So you get the pattern for the table runner and the smaller scale block. Smaller scale blocks are really good for using up small pieces of fabric and also weird or ugly pieces of fabric. The smaller you cut them, the prettier they become. Okay, but also, you've got the pattern for the quilt. I'm just going to hold it up because you'll probably get a better view if I hold it up. So you've got that sort of big central star, and then you've got those little... Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, there's loads of different blocks in that quilt. There's actually just 2 blocks in that quilt. And again, this is beginner level piecing. Now, I just want to show you that although it's the same units as the runner, it is a different scale of block. The pieces are bigger. So what you can do is you can do the table runner with bigger blocks, and then your runner will be wider and longer, but with just the same piecing. Or you can use the smaller blocks to make the wall hanging or the quilt, and it will be smaller. Still square, but a bit smaller. This would be an absolutely gorgeous throw quilt. As it is, it's a bed quilt, but it could also be a throw quilt or a wall hanging if you use the smaller scale. Now you get all of those patterns plus colouring sheets for the big quilt and the runner so you can design your own colourway. I've also given 3 different colourways, an autumn, a Christmas and a summer blues version, all coloured within the quilt. So within the pattern. So really a great opportunity to either use a range of fabrics as I did from Tilda, or use your scraps. You know I love it when you use your scraps. They feel like free projects because it's bits that you've forgotten about, that you've written off, that you think you'll never use, and then suddenly you make something beautiful and, you know, and you think, wow, I didn't have to go out and spend a penny. Right. I want to grab the Elna 664 Pro Overlocker. This is its last outing at the manager's special price. And again, I'm really glad that we've managed to keep this on air today. Just because, again, when you're buying a machine, I think it's a bit like buying a car. No one goes and buys a brand new car, you know, after an hour. We all like to sleep on it. We all like to have a think about it, do our research, chat to friends. But you're making a massive saving here. Your full price should be £559. You're making a massive saving there. Your price today, £399. That means a split pay of £79.80 to get it home. Now that's £160 off and 5 split pays. If you've wanted one of these Elna 664 Pro Overlockers, but have been waiting for the very best price, now's your chance. But this is your last chance. I think it's good that these offers aren't one and done. Sometimes they are actually. Sometimes they are one and done. And I think that's a shame, but it has to be done. But I think it's good when we can keep it on for 4 or 5 days, maybe a week, because it gives everyone a time to have a think, to do some research, to have a chat about it. And you are making such an amazing saving. And this is another of those times when I would go for split pays personally, because those split pays on £399 work out at under £80 to get the machine home. It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Right, let's do another quilt. Let's do Tangled. Let's do Tangled. So this is Entangled. This is Tangled. Now, I originally designed this because I was just obsessed with the idea of piecing a Celtic knot. I didn't want to make it difficult or complicated, but I wanted to create the look of 2 fabrics woven together to create this Celtic knot. You often see this design, I'm going to lay it flat now, you often see designs like this on things like stone crosses or on jewellery sometimes. And I think it's beautiful. There was a lot of head scratching for me initially for how I was going to piece this, but then suddenly the penny dropped and it's actually really easy to piece with stitch and flip. So all you're going to cut out are squares and rectangles. That's it. You're going to sew on lines, flip and trim, and that's it. But I also realised as I was making it that it could also be foundation paper pieced. So I've also included in the pattern the paper foundation to make this FPP if that's your thing. However, the main instructions are written for stitch and flip because that's a method that everybody can do. And I know some people just don't like stitch and flip. Now, yesterday, a couple of our very talented viewers sent in pictures. This was from, I want to say Martin, or was it Julian? Michael, sorry, Michael. I'm terrible with names. That's magnificent, absolutely magnificent. This is one that Cherry made in the blues. Both absolutely gorgeous, really beautiful, and love the piano keyboarder. Again, like on In Love with Quilting or Love with Quilting, it's a great way of doing a scrappy border that still looks really smart and has a lovely sort of balanced look to it. So that's a real bright version. And then I also made a version using my hajime fabrics, as Cherry did. And here it is. So depending on your taste, you can make this quilt in so many different ways. Now, I'm just going to say, I think this would make the most gorgeous wedding quilt, or commitment ceremony quilt, or civil partnership or engagement, because what you've got is you've got two interconnected but separate entities, if you like, people. So they are entwined together, but also have a life of their own. So I just think, but also, let me just say, about 1,000 times easier to make than a double wedding quilt. Which I know is a very popular choice for wedding quilts, but most of them never get finished because they're really hard. This is really successful, really easy. All right, okay, that's tangled. All right, a few more quilt kits. Should we do these? Love these. This is, let's do creams, right? So this is called Harmony. And what you've got in here is the most glorious selection of fabrics. Now, I've only got single figures. Stop it. No way. Right, be quick, be quick. Did you see the price? $179.99, $89.99. Ben, you're going to get into so much trouble. Wow, look, you've got these gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics here. Look, are these, oh, absolutely beautiful. Such a lovely, fresh palette. $29.99 on split pay. That's incredible. I think that's really, really gorgeous. The quilt itself, this is beginner level. I think it's got a lovely, fresh, modern setting. That's incredible value. $89.99 is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, I've also got this kit available in blue. Are you going to match the price, Ben? Wow, okay. Wow. So here are the blues. I'm not going to open this one, but you can see the fabrics that you get. Do you want me to open? It's Moda Zen Chic. I love their fabrics. They're modern, they're fresh, they're graphic. If if you'd like to make a quilt for somebody that doesn't really like quilts, because they've got this idea of quilts being kind of traditional or a bit old-fashioned, or all the things I love about quilting, frankly. But if they want something that's modern and fresher and more graphic, this is brilliant. And the price is incredible, $89.99. Absolutely incredible. Yes. This? Yeah. Entangled. Okay, right, so our last item this morning, we're just going to talk about entangled, okay, because let's just see where we're at. £199.99. Now, just a bit of a call here. Most of my remaining stock now is in baskets, ready to be checked out. This is the point at which we start to veer into oversubscribed and someone's going to miss out territory, okay? What's been lovely this hour as well is that you have not overlooked this fabulous quilt. It got overlooked last week because we only spent 7 minutes. It kind of got lost in a sea of amazing deals and exciting, you know, managers coming on, and Sarah Davies was here, and it got a bit lost. And it's such a shame because it's an incredible quilt. This was our fastest sellout of a quilt ever in the history of Sewing Street. We've got this, it's a brand new colourway. It's using Emery Walker's House fabric collection from Free Spirit. I know it looks like a complex advanced quilt. It's actually a confident beginner quilt. And the way it's done is, now, I just want to point out that this is the centre of the quilt. So from here, this is the quilt centre, okay? Now everything, it starts off with the square block in the centre, and then you add a pieced border around it, and then another pieced border around it, and then another, and you keep going round, square borders. It's so simple. You do half square triangles, stitch and flip, and there's actually only a little bit of stitch and flip, like here. This, can you see this square here? Okay, you start off with a half square triangle, light and dark, whole thing, and then you put a smaller square on the corner, stitch and flip to make this light triangle. That's the only stitch and flip you do, and the rest of it's half square triangles, strips and squares. It looks complicated. What is genius about this quilt is the design, and that's all been done for us. And every month, the instructions are all set out just for that month. So you gather those fabrics together, you cut those fabrics out, and you make the quilt. And it's just so straightforward. Loads of you have gone for it today, and I'm thrilled about that because I think it's an exquisite quilt. It looks so much more complicated. It's not complicated at all. You have one job. You had one job. And that one job is, when you make your units, measure them. As you go through, as you make your half square triangles, every now and then, measure them. Make sure they're turning out the correct size that you're making. Okay? As you make each round, as you add each round, your pattern tells you your block centre now, your quilt centre should measure this. Measure it. If it doesn't measure that measurement, you might need to adjust some of your seam allowances. Take note. Don't just keep going. Okay? Make a little adjustment. You're only making one little block for the centre. It took me about an hour to do the first round. That's month one. Okay? There's plenty of time to practice. Make it accurate. You'll have a dream. There are so many of you with this in baskets. Check out your baskets, because the thing is, at midnight tonight or when we sell out, that's it, it's gone. And it will go back up to £249.99. Let's do our menu for tomorrow. I'm in the morning. I'm presenting tomorrow at 8 a.m. We've got Alistair MacDonald with the House of Alistair. At 9 o'clock, we are bag making with the legend that is Debbie Shaw. At 10 o'clock, Alistair is back with more House of Alistair. He's not even Scottish. At 11 o'clock, we are foundation piecing with Debbie Shaw. And at 12 o'clock, we are getting all embroidery with Brother Embroidery Machines. I'm excited about tomorrow. Ben has just crashed loads of prices on quilt kits that we did not get to. Have a look on the web. You might just bag yourself a bargain. Now, don't go anywhere, because our friends from Hobby Maker are ready to take over the airwaves. Do not touch that dial. I will see you in the morning. Take care.